尊敬的各位来宾、各位中资企业代表、女士们、先生们，waheshimiwa wageni wawakilishi wa makampuni ya Kichina, mabibi na mabwana，大家上午好 ，habarini za asubuhi，欢迎大家出席2026年坦桑尼亚中资企业税务交流与培训大会。Karibuni katika mkutano wa mawasiliano na mafunzo ya kodi kwa wafanyabiashara wakubwa wa China nchini Tanzania wa mwaka 2026。我是今天的主持人唐靖宇，是中资企业商会的秘书长，非常荣幸与各位相聚在这里。Mimi ni msimamizi wa shughuli za leo, naitwa Juma Suluhu Shalobalo, ni katibu mkuu wa chama cha wafanyabiashara wakubwa wa China nchini Tanzania. Ni heshima kubwa kuwa pamoja nani hapa leo。本次大会是中坦之间的重要交流平台。今天我将用中文和私语为大家主持。现场也配备了中英同传设备，如果有需要可以直接使用。如发言需要翻译，我们也有专业的中英译员提供支持。Mkutano huu ni jukwaa muhimu la mawasiliano kati ya China na Tanzania. Kwa hiyo ningependa leo kuendesha shughuli hii kwa lugha ya Kichina na Kiswahili. Pia tumewaandalia vifaa vya tafsiri ya hapo hapo kwa lugha ya Kichina na Kiingereza. Tafadhali vitumieni inapohitajika. Ikiwa mnahitaji tafsiri wakati wa hotuba, tuna wataalamu wa tafsiri ya Kichina na Kiingereza watakaotoa msaada。首先，请允许我为大家介绍出席今天大会的主要嘉宾，他们是kwanza niruhusu kuwatambulisha wageni wetu mashuhuri waliohudhuria mkutano wa leo。中国驻坦桑尼亚大使陈明健女士。Balozi wa Jamhuri ya Watu wa China nchini Tanzania Mheshimiwa Chen Mingjian。坦桑尼亚税务局总局局长 Yusuf Juma Mwenda 先生。Kamishna mkuu wa Mamlaka ya Mapato Tanzania Mheshimiwa Yusuf Juma Mwenda。坦桑尼亚中资企业商会会长江云涛先生。Mwenyekiti wa chama cha wafanyabiashara wakubwa wa China nchini Tanzania Mheshimiwa Jiang Yuntao。Oasis 集团董事长 Stanley 先生。Mwenyekiti wa kampuni ya Oasis Group Stanley Novella 先生。Pia 以及坦桑税务总局国内税务司司长 Alfred Mlegi 先生 ，Commissioner wa Kodi ya Ndani Alfred Mlegi Mheshimiwa karibu sana。大型纳税人司司长 Michael Muhoja 先生 ，Commissioner wa Walipa Kodi wakubwa Michael Muhoja 先生。海关与消费税司司长 Juma Hassan 先生。Kamishna wa Forodha na ushuru wa bidhaa Juma Hassan。税务稽查司代理司长 Charles Mabula 先生。Kaimu Kamishna wa uchunguzi wa kodi Charles Mabula。税务局人力资源总监 Mkurugenzi wa rasilimali watu Mushi Kabangwe 先生。让我们再次以热烈的掌声对各位领导和嘉宾的莅临表示诚挚的欢迎和衷心的感谢。Tuwapigie makofi kwa shauku kubwa kuwakaribisha na kuwashukuru wageni wote kwa kuhudhuria。本次大会由坦桑尼亚中资企业商会主办 ，Oasis 集团协办。Mkutano huu umeandaliwa na chama cha wafanyabiashara wakubwa wa China nchini Tanzania kwa ushirikiano na Oasis Group， 旨在搭建中资企业与坦桑尼亚税务局之间高效专业的沟通平台。Ukiwa na lengo la kujenga jukwaa la mawasiliano lenye ufanisi na taaluma kati ya makampuni ya Kichina na mamlaka ya mapato Tanzania， 推动企业依法合规经营，进一步促进中坦经贸合作高质量发展。Kuhamasisha uendeshaji wa biashara kwa kuzingatia sheria na kanuni na kuendeleza ushirikiano wa kiuchumi na kibiashara kati ya China na Tanzania kwa kiwango cha juu zaidi。今天的会议包括领导致辞、税务专题交流与问答以及专题培训等多个环节，希望通过今天的交流，能够帮助各位企业代表更深入地了解坦桑尼亚的税务政策，不断提升企业的合规经营能力。Mkutano wa leo unajumuisha hotuba za viongozi, mjadala na maswali kuhusu maswali ya kodi pamoja na vipindi maalum vya mafunzo. Tunatumaini kupitia mawasiliano ya leo wawakilishi wa makampuni wataweza kuelewa kwa kina zaidi sera za kodi za Tanzania na kuimarisha uwezo wa uendeshaji wa biashara kwa kuzingatia sheria na kanuni。现在让我们正式进入会议议程。首先 有请本次大会协办方 Oasis Group 董事长为我们致辞，大家欢迎。Sasa tuanze rasmi ratiba ya mkutano wetu. Kwanza tumkaribishe mwenyekiti wa Oasis Group ambao ni waandaji wenza wa mkutano huu atoe hotuba. Tafadhali mpokeni kwa makofi.
Habari za asubuhi. Awali ya yote napenda kumshukuru Mungu kwa kutupatia nafasi hii wote tukiwa wazima wa afya njema. Awali nilitaka kuwasilisha hotuba yangu kwa Kiingereza, lakini mtangulizi wangu amezungumza ya Kiswahili kizuri sana. Kwa hiyo twende kwenye Kiswahili na utakuwa unafafanua. Mheshimiwa Balozi wa Jamhuri ya Watu wa China, Mheshimiwa Chen Mingjian,
尊敬的中国驻坦桑尼亚大使陈明建阁下，
Mheshimiwa Kamishna Mkuu wa Mamlaka ya Mapato Tanzania, ndugu Yusuf Juma Mwenda,
尊敬的税务局总局局长，
viongozi na wakuu wa idara ya Mamlaka ya Mapato ya Tanzania TRA, makamishna na wakuu wa idara,
以及其他税务局的各位领导，
Jumuiya ya Wafanyabiashara ya Uchina,
中资企业商会的各位成员，
habarini za asubuhi na wakaribisheni sana.
大家早上好吗？欢迎大家的到来。
Mkutano huu wa leo unaonyesha ni jinsi gani nchi zetu mbili ambavyo zimekuwa zikishirikiana katika nyanda za biashara, hasa toka historia yetu inaanzia toka viongozi waasisi wa taifa hili Mwalimu Nyerere na mwenyekiti Mao.
今天的会议会将充分展示我们中坦之间在尼雷尔先生和毛泽东主席当年合作以来的一个精神。
Mkutano huu wa leo, mbali ya kujifunza mambo yetu ya kodi na wenzetu wa TRA wakiongozwa na kamishna mkuu kutoa ufafanuzi wa maswali mbalimbali kwetu sisi kama jumuiya ya wafanyabiashara na washauri wa kodi, lakini pia itatupatia nafasi ya kupitishwa kwenye mfumo mpya wa iDRAX ambao una manufaa mengi sana kwenye jumuiya yetu ya biashara.
今天我们的会议除了来自税务局的一个专题的培训，对于我们的新的系统，以及也会包括来自我们税务机构提供的相应的帮助。
Mkutano huu sana pia unaimarisha mahusiano yetu ya kibiashara ambayo ni lazima pande zote mbili tukajadili na tukazitolea ufafanuzi, na kwenye kila jambo zuri, kila tunapokutana lazima tuimarishe mahusiano yetu, na leo ni sehemu mojawapo ya kuimarisha ushirikiano wa kibiashara kati ya Tanzania na China.
今天的会议也会更有力的进一步加强我们中坦双方之间的一个合作。
Kwa takwimu za mwaka 2024 tumeona uwekezaji mkubwa wa kutoka China ukifikia bilioni 1.7 dola za Kimarekani, ambazo kati ya hizo bilioni 1.53 ambazo sawa sawa na 62% zimetokana na uwekezaji wa Uchina. Kwa hiyo kama taifa moja linaweza likawekeza 62% ya kwa Kiingereza inaitwa foreign direct investment, ndio maana na wenzetu wa TRA wamelichukulia jambo hili kwa uzito sana.
因为我们的数据展示的话，我们在2024年的时候有15亿的外资的15亿美金的外资的投资，然后其中60%都是来自中国企业的。
Pia katika takwimu ambazo zimetolewa na TISEZA, wenzetu wanaohusika na kwa Kiingereza inaitwa Tanzania Investment and Special Economic Zone Authority, zamani ikiitwa TIC, inaonyesha kati ya mwaka 2020 na mwaka 2023 jumla ya bilioni 2.4, kuna miradi ya bilioni 2.4 ilisajiliwa na jumuiya ya Uchina hapa nchini ambayo iko katika hatua mbalimbali.
在22年和24年到24年的这个阶段，我们从投资中心的这个数据来看到，我们中国在坦桑的投资超过了24亿美金。
Hiyo inadhihirisha kuwa mahusiano yetu yanasaidia sana kwa kiwango kikubwa katika kuendeleza viwanda, usafirishaji wa bidhaa za nje ya nchi inaitwa exports, na pia kuunganisha biashara katika nchi nyingine kwa haya mahusiano yetu mema na ya kibiashara kati ya Uchina na Tanzania.
这些都展示了我们中坦之间的一个非常紧密的合作，包括在进出口的贸易等等方面。
Mtakuwa mashahidi sana kuwa katika jumuiya hii ya kwetu ya Uchina ambayo leo tuko hapa, kuna bidhaa nyingi sana zimepatikana au bidhaa nyingi sana zimezalishwa, ziko kwenye soko la ndani na soko la nje. Mifano ambayo naweza nikaitolea, bidhaa zinazokuwa zinasafirishwa export kutoka Tanzania kwenda nje ni kama vile vioo, glass and ceramic, ambayo tumeona wakitumia teknolojia nzuri kabisa inaitwa Kin technology. Pia wanasafirisha sabuni za unga, wanasafirisha nondo, wamekuwa pia wakiexporti madini, pia wamekuwa wakifanya vitu mbalimbali kama construction, ujenzi wa miundombinu mikubwa kama SGR, madaraja na miundombinu mbalimbali. Alafu pia wameenda mbele zaidi, wamekuwa wakifanya uzalishaji kwenye clean energy, inaitwa nishati mbadala. Sasa hivi tuna viwanda vingi vya Kichina hapa, hata vingine viko kule Kwala, vinazalisha sana hizi solar panel na kuzi-export na kuzisafirisha nje ya nchi.
到现在为止的话，我们在跟中国和坦桑尼亚的合作有覆盖各种方面，比如说工程、快消品、新能源等等，就包括我们现在所在的这个夸拉工业园这边也可以看到有很多的工厂也都进驻到这工业园里。
Pia mtakuwa mashahidi hata reli yetu ya kati inajengwa na Wachina, lakini pia hata reli hii ambayo ni ya Tazara, wenzetu wa China wameshaingia majadiliano na serikali ya namna ya kuiboresha. Haya manufaa yote ni kwa ajili ya uchumi wa nchi yetu ambao unaenda kuleta mapinduzi makubwa zaidi katika eneo la ajira, teknolojia na hata fedha za nje, forex.
在我们合作的过程当中，有一个非常典型的项目，就是坦赞铁路的一个，目前也是得到了一个翻新的一个规划，所以我们在各种方面都有一个非常长远的一个合作。
Mheshimiwa Balozi pamoja na mgeni rasmi kamishna mkuu wa mamlaka ya mapato Tanzania TRA, ikumbuke kuwa Tanzania ya sasa ni Tanzania ambayo imesogea mbele sana.
尊敬的各位领导，我相信我们在坦桑尼亚的这个发展，包括税的这一方面是有取得非常大的进步。
Moja ya maeneo ambayo nchi yetu imesogea na inaleta viashiria vikubwa vya uwekezaji ni upande wa human capital development. Wafanyakazi wa sasa wa Tanzania wengi wameelimika, wengi wanafanya vizuri na wengi wamekuwa ni nyenzo ya msingi kwenye viwanda vyetu.
其中一个非常重要的方面，就是在人力资源的培养和管理上得到了长足的发展。
Itakumbukwa hapo awali wafanyakazi wengi wa Tanzania hasa kuanzia level za managers walitoka kwenye nchi nyingine za jirani za Afrika. Lakini sasa baada ya serikali yetu kujenga vyuo vingi, shule nyingi, elimu za bure, matumizi ya teknolojia hasa teknolojia ya artificial intelligence system pamoja na teknolojia nyingine, watu wetu wa ndani wanaweza kusimamia biashara, investments, hata wakafanya analysis nzuri, uchambuzi mzuri wa takwimu wa kuangalia project gani ifanyike kwa muda gani, na nani afanye, na return yake ni ipi. Na hii ndio ambayo imekuwa ikileta wawekezaji wengi.
在这之前的话，我们坦桑的各种人才很多都是从国外输送进来的，但是由于我们建了非常多的大学和培训机构，让我们的坦桑的老百姓也能够得到非常好的培养，所以现在我们也能够有充分的这个人力资源，吸引更多的外资进入。
Kitu kingine ambacho nchi yetu bado iko sehemu nzuri sana ya kuvutia uwekezaji mwingi, lazima tukubali nchi yetu ya Tanzania ina rasilimali nyingi za asili kuliko nchi yoyote ya ukanda wetu wa Afrika. Kwa Kiingereza tunasema ina abundant natural resources nyingi, kama bahari, kama maziwa makuu, kama madini, kama ardhi, na vitu vingi sana ambavyo havipatikani kwa vyote kwa wakati mmoja kwenye nchi zinazotuzunguka.
我相信我们坦桑还有更多的这些吸引投资者来坦桑投资的资源，包括海洋资源、矿产资源等等。
Mheshimiwa Balozi, pamoja na hali yetu ya usalama ya nchi yetu kuwa nzuri, pamoja na hayo machache niliyoyasema, lakini pia na mamlaka mamlaka mapato Tanzania TRA inachochea kwa mabadiliko ya mifumo yake, na ndio maana iko sasa kwenye IDRAS, Transformation of Digital Economy, ambayo inafanya nchi yetu ya Tanzania sasa kuwa sehemu nzuri na pekee ya kila mwekezaji kufikiria kuja kuwekeza kwenye nchi yetu.
我也相信我们税务局今天将要给大家进行的这个税务的培训，包括我们新的系统的展示，这个系统也会给我们投资者带来更多的信心。
Mfumo huu wa IDRAS ambao mamlaka ya mapato Tanzania leo itatupitisha na kutufundisha, ina vitu vichache ambavyo naweza nikavizungumzia.
关于今天要培训的这个系统，我将要简单的说几点。
Cha kwanza, inafanya usajili wa vitu vyote yenyewe popote ulipo duniani kwa sababu ni web based.
这个系统可以让所有的人在全世界各地都能够进行相应的税务登记。
Kwa Kiingereza inaitwa Online Registration and Tax Account Management.
就是税务线上登记的一个这个平台。
Cha pili, unaweza ukawasilisha litania zako za kodi kwa mamlaka mapato popote ulipo duniani na kuziangalia. Sio lazima uwe nchini, popote ulipo duniani unaziwasilisha, unaziangalia, unaangalia. Hiyo yote inafanya mazingira yetu ya biashara na uwekezaji kuwa rafiki zaidi.
也能够在全世界各地随时的查看你的税务的一个情况。
Mfumo wetu pia huu mpya wa IDRAS ambao wenzetu wa TRA leo watatupitisha, pia unasaidia kufanya malipo mtandaoni, electronic tax payment and automated compliance tracking, na kufanya pia kufuatilia taarifa zako mbalimbali kupitia kwenye mfumo.
在我们这个系统当中的话，也可以看到你们所操作的各种交易。
Kitu kingine ambacho mfumo huu unafanya, baadhi ya mambo mengi, ni kwamba pia inafanya uwasilishaji wa mapingamizi yote ya kikodi, appeals, objection, na hata baadhi ya return ambazo hazikuwahi kuwasilishwa zamani, kama za ongezeko ya mitaji, inaitwa capital gain returns.
通过这个系统也可以看到我们对我们的税务进行的申诉、反对等等，都可以在这个平台看到。
Mfumo huu pia unasaidia katika kutoa tax clearance certificate popote ulipo duniani utaipata. Sio lazima uende ofisi za TRA.
所以所有的这些信息的话，我们都可以从这个系统里面看到，不一定要到线下去 TRA 的办公室查看。
Na kitu kikubwa zaidi, ina real time data ambayo inaendana na jinsi gani teknolojia sasa, hasa artificial intelligence system, inavyotutaka twende. Unapata taarifa kwa wakati, real time data. Unaweza ukakiona kila kitu katika muda huo, nini kinafanyika, correspondence za TRA, majibizano na uwasilishaji wote.
所以税务局的这个系统也是紧密结合着当下的人工智能的一个发展，能够随时实时的去反映所有的数据。
Haya ni mambo machache ambayo nimeyasema, lakini wenzetu wa TRA watatupitisha zaidi. Kuna mambo mengi zaidi ya haya, lakini kwa ajili ya muda tuende kwenye jambo jingine. Sasa umuhimu wa huu mfumo kwetu sisi kama wawekezaji na kama wafanyabiashara na kama washauri wa kodi ni nini? Ya kwanza, inapunguza gharama za usimamizi.
我今天主要想要讲的第一个就是我们如何去减少我们运营的一个税，合理避税。
Ya pili, inapunguza reduced turnaround times. Kwenda kurudi TRA, kwenda kurudi, hiyo yote sasa haipo tena.
然后第二个就是我们之前可能要频繁的去往返跟税务局的一个沟通，但我们现在可以减少这个次数。
Kingine kwenye kodi ambacho huwa kinakuwa ni kikubwa ni kuwa na uhakika na vitu unavyovifanya na utunzaji wa kumbukumbu kuwa sawa sawa. Mfumo huu unasaidia kutunza records vizuri na kuwa na uhakika, certainty and predictability ya yale yanayofanyika.
第三个就是我们之前可能很多的记录都很容易丢失，但通过这个系统，我们所有的记录都会在内部展示。
Nyingine ya nne, inafanya hata ukaguzi. Unapotokea ukaguzi, tax audit, tax examination, tax investigation, post clearance audit, kuwa na information za uhakika sana.
所以这个系统也会提供相应的支持，在我们受到税务审计和税务调查的时候。
Hivyo basi, ndugu zetu wa Jumuiya ya Kibiashara ya Uchina, hizo ni baadhi ya umuhimu wa mfumo wetu mpya. Mfumo wetu mpya sasa hivi kwa sisi wa Tanzania tunasema hivi: unatembea na ofisi yote ya TRA kwenye kompyuta yako au kwenye simu yako. Ni kama vile una makamishna wote, una maafisa wa TRA wote, una kila kitu chako chote, kwa sababu inafanya kazi kwenye 360 dimension.
所以现在我们可以随时通过我们的手机就能够联系到我们税务局的各个官员。
Baada ya kusema hayo, leo kwa kuwa Mheshimiwa Balozi upo na Kamishna Mkuu upo, kuna mambo ambayo Jumuiya ya Wafanyabiashara ya Uchina kama sisi washauri wa kodi tumekuwa tukiyaona mara kwa mara, na tunapenda tutumie mkutano huu kukuomba Mheshimiwa Balozi, Kamishna Mkuu pamoja na Jumuiya ya Uchina kwa pamoja tuweze kufanyia kazi ili gharama za kikodi au compliance costs ziweze kushuka chini.
我希望我们跟税务局的各个官员能够紧密合作，能够让我们的税能够在一个合理的范围内进行缴纳。
Moja ya mambo hayo ambayo tunaishauri jumuiya yetu ya biashara ya Uchina ili iweze kuendelea kukua kwa haraka na serikali iweze kukusanya haraka, ya kwanza iweze kutumia nitazungumza kwa Kiingereza, unisaidie, competent professional firms au competent experts kuanzia kwenye kufaili na kufanya jambo lote. Sisi kama washauri wa kodi tumekuwa tukiletewa vitu vingi na jumuiya ya wenzetu wa Uchina wakilalamika kuwa ukaguzi umekuwa ni wa mara kwa mara. Kuna tax audit nyingi, kuna tax investigation nyingi, kuna post clearance nyingi, kuna tax examination nyingi ambazo zimekuwa zinafanywa na wenzetu wa TRA. Lakini moja ya sababu kubwa pia ilikuwa ni mfumo. Ulikuwa ni mfumo ambao zamani ulikuwa haujajitosheleza, na huu mfumo unaenda kupunguza hayo mambo. Lakini cha pili ni kutokutumia washauri au aidha wa ndani au nje ya kampuni au hata kuomba ushauri kwa wenzetu wa TRA kupitia nafasi ambayo sheria inatoa kuwa kamishna mkuu anaweza katoa ufafanuzi pale jambo ambalo unataka ufafanuzi kwenye jambo lolote la kikodi. Jumuiya kubwa ya Kichina imekuwa inashindwa kufanya huu wajibu ipasavyo. Hivyo naomba Mheshimiwa Balozi kupitia mkutano huu tuwaombe wenzetu watumie washauri wa kodi, pia wapate ufafanuzi kama kuna jambo ambalo wanaona hawalielewi kwenye transaction, ili mwisho wa siku lisije likaleta adhabu na penalty katika ufanyaji biashara na tunatamani kuona compliance cost ikishuka chini kabisa.
在我们的实际的操作过程当中的话，我们可能经常会忘记去找 TRA 的官员去咨询关于一些税务的问题，或者是找一些税务顾问去了解这个税应该是怎么交的，所以会产生我们在日常的这个财务工作当中的一些问题。所以希望我们在之后的这个合作过程当中能够多跟我们税务机构或者是税务局的官员进行相应的沟通。
Nitatoa mifano michache ambayo ni vitu vidogo vidogo lakini vimekuwa na adhabu kubwa sana na inafanya kampuni zishindwe kupata faida. Moja wapo ya jambo tu dogo, unakuta kampuni imepata msamaha wa kodi, VAT deferment, au msamaha wa kodi kupitia TIC ya zamani. Kampuni hii inahamisha umiliki, transfer of ownership ya hiyo asset kwenda kampuni nyingine bila kuwasiliana na commissioner wa customs, bila kufanya post entry declaration ambayo imekuwa kabla ya tax amnesty ambazo litolewa na kamishna mkuu. Kampuni nyingi zimelipizwa faini na adhabu kubwa, wakati kilikuwa ni kitu tu kidogo cha kupata ushauri wa kisheria na kingeweza kusevu gharama kubwa na ukalipa kodi kidogo ambayo ingezingatia vigezo vyote vya kikodi.
我举个例子，就是在有获得过税务局的一些免税政策的这样的公司，他们在转移固定资产的时候，没有能够及时的联系我们税务局的相应的官员，导致了产生一些不应该缴纳的罚款或者费用，这个是其实上我们是可以避免的。
Jambo la pili, upande wa wenzetu wa construction na manufacturing, sekta hizi ni sekta muhimu, zinaendeshwa kwa sheria zake maalum kama zile sheria za section 26 ya kodi ya mapato ambayo inataka uzingatie sana ulinganifu wa kipato na matumizi, kwa Kiingereza inaitwa matching accounting principle. Jumuiya nyingi za Kichina zimekuwa zina faili bila kuzingatia sheria hii. Sasa sheria hii pia inagharimu sana pale ukaguzi unapokuja, na bahati mbaya litani zinakuwa hazisomeani, hivyo inasababisha ukaguzi uwe mara kwa mara na adhabu zije nyingi sana. Kupitia mkutano huu na kuomba kamishna mkuu na mheshimiwa balozi, zile sekta maalum kama construction, manufacturing, jumuiya yetu ya Wachina iendelee kupewa elimu kabisa kwa ajili ya upande huo, namna gani ya kufanya mawasilisho ya litani na namna gani ya kuripoti gharama zake na kipato chake.
针对一些生产制造型的这个企业，其实我们在日常的会计或者是记录相应的这个财务数据的时候，都会出现多多少少的问题。这些问题其实也都可以避免，如果是在我们已经咨询过相应的税务顾问的情况下。
Haya mambo kwa pamoja yote tukiyarekebisha, tutafanya biashara kubwa na serikali itakusanya kodi yake halali na sisi tutakuwa na faida yetu kubwa sana.
如果这些问题都能够避免的话，那我们的税务局也能够获得它真实的一个更多的这个税务的这个收入，我们企业也能够获得更多的真实的收入。
Na lingine la kitaalamu linahusika na kodi za kimataifa, international taxation.
另外一个是关于我们国际的税法。
Kampuni nyingi za Uchina ambazo leo zipo hapa zina makampuni mama kwenye nchi zao, parent company.
我们在座的各个公司其实有很多的它的母公司都是在国内，在中国。
Na kwa mfumo huu mpya ambao tunaenda nao huu ambao leo tutapitishwa unaitwa ADREX system, utafanya taarifa zetu ziwe za wazi sana. Hivyo basi tunashauri kuwa mamlaka ya mapato Tanzania pamoja na mheshimiwa balozi pamoja na jumuiya hii tena kuwe na mafunzo ya upande wa international taxation, hasa upande wa transfer pricing na permanent establishment, kwa sababu makampuni mengi ya Kichina kwa utafiti wangu huko kumekuwa na matatizo makubwa sana, ambako inabidi elimu kubwa na elimu itolewe vizuri ili litania za kodi zinavyowasilishwa TRA ziwasilishwe kwa usahihi kwa kufuata miongozo ambayo ipo kisheria ya kodi za kimataifa ambayo huwa tunasema ni OSD model pamoja na vitu vingine. Hiyo itasaidia sana gharama za kodi kushuka chini.
所以在我们的国际交易当中的话，其实会发生很多问题，类似转移定价等相应的问题。这一类的问题的话，也需要我们税务机构能够安排更多更专业的这种培训，来避免我们在交易在这个日常的管理当中出现类似的财务问题。
Mwisho, nichukue nafasi hii kuwashukuru sana wote, kushukuru ushirikiano mkubwa tunaopata kwenye jumuiya ya wenzetu wa China, ubalozi wa China pamoja na mamlaka ya mapato Tanzania TRA. Lakini kabla sijafunga kabisa, niombe kurekebisha kidogo yale majina uliotoa utambulisho wa awali kutoka idara ya walipa kodi wakubwa. Naona imewakilishwa na Edmund Kawamala.
他再次欢迎一下我们税务局的几个官员。
Huyo ni naibu commissioner upande wa operation, lakini pia upande wa idara mapato ya ndani tumewakilishwa na naibu commissioner ndugu Silik.
国内税收的这个税的司长。
Nawashukuruni sana na asante sana.
非常感谢各位。今天我的演讲到此结束，谢谢大家。非常感谢 Stambuli 先生刚才的精彩的分享。接下来，让我们有请坦桑尼亚中资企业商会会长江云涛先生为我们致辞。Tunashukuru sana kwa mawasilisho mazuri yaliyotolewa na kaka Stambuli. Sasa tumkaribisha mwenyekiti wa chama cha wafanyabiashara wakubwa wa China nchini Tanzania, Bwana Jiang Yuntao atoe hotuba. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency Ambassador Chen Mingjie, Your Excellency Mr. Yusuf Juma Muwenda, Commissioner General of the Tanzania Revenue Authority, distinguished guests, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are gathered here today for the 2026 Tanzania-China Enterprise Tax Exchange and Training Conference. On behalf of the Chinese Enterprise Association Tanzania, I wish to extend a warm welcome to Ambassador Chen Mingjie and Commissioner General Yusuf Juma Muwenda. I also thank all TRA officials, representatives of Chinese enterprise, and friends who have long supported our work, especially the OASRS group, the chairman Stan Bully. Last week, on March the 18th, President Samir received the report of the Presidential Commission on Tax Reforms. The report contains 284 recommendations aimed at simplified taxation and broadening the tax base and improving the business environment. The President made clear that reform should be preceded in three phases: the short term, medium term, and long term, with the goal of establishing a modern, simple, and transparent tax system. This sends a very clear signal of the government's commitment to reform and provide clear direction for Chinese enterprises to pursue compliant and sustainable growth. Today, this conference is the largest and highest level tax event our association has ever organized. The presence of Ambassador Chen and Commissioner General Muwenda reflects the strong support of both governments and underscores TRA's openness to improve services for investors. Now, I want to offer 3 observations. The first one, compliance as the foundation. Nowadays, the tax management is a core competency. Chinese enterprises have been operating in Tanzania for over 5 decades. We have always regarded the compliance as the foundation. Tax administration here today is becoming increasingly modern, and audit is more precise and transparent. A stable and clear tax system gives the investors confidence. At the same time, frequent policy changes and strict enforcement pose challenges in daily operations. Tax is no longer just a financial matter. It affects risk, operation, reputation, and long-term sustainability. In today's environment, compliance is not a burden. It is a competitive advantage. We need to move from reactive response to proactive compliance. This is essential if to grow and endure in this market. The second one, communication as a bridge, building mutual trust between tax authorities and business. Tax government hinges on effective communication. This conference also provides a professional platform for face-to-face dialogue. We are honored to have leaders and experts from TRA engage directly with our member companies. Through this exchange, we aim to achieve 3 things: better policy understanding, so companies can avoid compliance risk caused by information gaps; earlier risk prevention through practical guidance to address the issue at the source; and smoother communication so that legitimate concern can be heard and understood, contributing to more consistent policy implementation. The last one, service as our commitment, strengthening the association's bridging role. As a common platform for Chinese enterprise in Tanzania, the association is committed to serving its members, promoting sound development, and fostering deeper integration into the local community. Over the last year, with the embassy's support, we established a mining branch. Now we have 68 member companies employing over 4,000 nationals, Chinese nationals. So we are a significant force in Tanzania's investment landscape. On tax compliance, we have focused on collecting common issues related to audits and dispute, organizing training to strengthen in-house expertise, enhancing communication with TRA, and to promote regular dialogue, and guiding our members to operate in full compliance, therefore uplifting the industry image. As China and Tanzania cooperation deepens, enterprises expect a business environment with more stable and transparent tax policy, more efficient and convenient tax services, and more consistent policy implementation. Going forward, the association will continue to serve as a bridge with 3 priorities: promote a regular mechanism to tax authority and enterprises to engage on policy interpretation and issues resolution, conduct tax studies in key industries such as mining, infrastructure, and manufacturing, helping members strengthen professional compliance management and share best practice. We are confident that with the continued support of both government and the contracting engagement between tax authority and enterprises, Tanzania's business environment will become even more open, inclusive, and efficient, and the Chinese enterprise will have even greater opportunity to contribute to this country's development. Finally, I wish to once again thank Ambassador Chen Mingjian for her invaluable guidance, Commissioner General Muenda, and all TRA officials for their steadfast support, and all Chinese enterprises for your active participation. I wish the conference a great success. Thank you.
感谢江会长的精彩发言。接下来，让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎中国驻坦桑尼亚大使陈明健女士为我们做重要讲话。Asante sana kwa hotuba ya mwenyekiti Jiang. Tafadhali tumkaribishe kwa makofi Mheshimiwa Balozi wa China nchini Tanzania, Chen Mingjian atoe hotuba muhimu.
Dear Honorable Mr. Yusuf Juma Mwenda, Commissioner General of the Tanzania Revenue Authority, officials of the Tanzania Revenue Authorities, representative of the Chinese Enterprises Association Tanzania, representatives of the Oasis Financial Service, and my colleagues from the embassy, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, habari za asubuhi. I was told to speak in Chinese so that my friend can translate into Kiswahili, because we need to have those kind of mission to create job for translators. 好，那我就讲中文了哈。今天呢，很高兴参加由坦桑尼亚中资企业商会主办和这个Oasis 绿洲公司协办的2026年坦桑尼亚中资企业税务交流大会。
Nafurahi sana kushiriki katika mkutano huu wa mafunzo na majadiliano ya masuala ya kodi kwa kampuni ya Kichina na nchini Tanzania mwaka 2026 ulioandaliwa na chama cha wafanyabiashara wa Kichina nchini Tanzania kwa kushirikiana na kampuni ya Oasis.
为了促进在坦中资企业依法合规经营，加强中资企业与坦桑尼亚税务局沟通交流，我们特别邀请到坦税务局局长穆恩达先生、坦桑尼亚税务官员以及在坦中资企业代表参加此次大会，对各位的到来表示热烈的欢迎。
Kwa lengo la kuimarisha uendeshaji wa biashara kwa kufuatilia sheria na kanuni na kuongeza mawasiliano kati ya makampuni ya Kichina na mamlaka ya mapato Tanzania, tumefurahi kumwalika Mheshimiwa Kamishna Mkuu pamoja na maafisa wa TRA kuhudhuria mkutano huu pamoja na wawakilishi wa makampuni ya Kichina na kukaribisha kwa dhati wote mliohudhuria leo.
每一次正式的大会的举办的时候，我们都会提到中坦源远流长的友谊。
Mwaka huu ni mwaka wa mawasiliano ya kiutamaduni kati ya China na Afrika ya muda mrefu.
今年是中非人文交流年，也是坦赞铁路运营50周年纪念。
Na pia ni kumbukumbu ya miaka 50 tangu kukamilika kwa reli ya Tazara.
中资企业是中坦务实合作的中坚力量，参与坦桑尼亚 重要的基础设施建设，连续多年是坦重要的工程承包方。
Makampuni ya Kichina ni nguzo muhimu ya ushirikiano wa kiuchumi na biashara kati ya China na Tanzania. Yameshiriki katika miradi mikubwa na miundombinu nchini Tanzania, na kwa miaka mingi yamekuwa wakandarasi wakuu wa miradi mbalimbali.
同时，中资企业的投资行业涉及制造业、建筑业、电信业、农业、矿业、运输业、旅游业等等诸多领域。
Uwekezaji wao unahusisha sekta nyingi ikiwemo viwanda, ujenzi, mawasiliano, kilimo, madini, usafirishaji na utalii.
为坦桑尼亚创造就业岗位超过15万个。我要说一下，这个数字是几年前的，还比较老。估计最新的数字应该大大的多于这个数字。
Makampuni haya yamezalisha zaidi ya ajira 1,500,000 na hiyo idadi ni ya miaka kadhaa iliyopita, na naamini sasa hivi imekuwa kubwa zaidi.
为推动坦桑尼亚经济发展做出了重要的贡献，也是坦桑尼亚外资企业的纳税大户。
na kutoa mchango mikubwa katika maendeleo ya kiuchumi ya Tanzania, huku pia yakiwa walipa kodi wakubwa wa kigeni nchini.
中国驻坦桑尼亚使馆一贯要求中资企业严格遵守坦桑尼亚法律法规，依法纳税，杜绝偷税漏税的行为，积极配合坦桑尼亚税务局的工作。
Ubalozi wa China nchini Tanzania unazitaka kampuni za China kuzingatia kikamilifu sheria na kanuni za Tanzania, kulipa kodi kwa mujibu wa sheria, kuepuka ukwepaji wa kodi na kushirikiana kikamilifu na TRA.
税务交流大会至2023年第一次举办，迄今已经办了几届。
Tangu kuanzishwa kwa mkutano huu wa kodi mwaka 2023, tayari tumeunda jukwaa muhimu la mawasiliano kati ya makampuni ya China na Tanzania.
已经成为中资企业和坦桑尼亚税务局对话交流的有效平台。
Na jukwaa hili limejengwa kwa ufanisi na yenye umuhimu zaidi.
坦桑尼亚税务局通过这个平台 进行这个税务政策的宣介，提高了中资企业对坦桑尼亚税务政策的理解，以及呢帮助大家能更好地完成依法纳税的具体步骤。
Kupitia maelezo ya sera na sheria za kodi umeongeza uelewa na makampuni ya Kichina kuhusu ulipa kodi kwa mujibu wa kisheria na kuimarisha ushirikiano kati ya pande zote.
同时，坦税务部门也藉此就是借这个平台，能够更好地理解中资企业在坦经营的情况。
Na TRA pia wanaweza kujua zaidi hali halisi ya kampuni za China nchini Tanzania kupitia system hiyo.
中资企业比如说面临的困难，这样呢，以便双方能够共同努力，营造良好的营商环境，实现共同发展。
Kwa hiyo sisi tunaweza kuendeleza kwa wakati pamoja na kutatua matatizo ambayo yalitokea kabla.
上一周，我们从新闻上看到，坦桑总统、哈桑总统宣布了税务改革的方案。
Wiki iliyopita Mheshimiwa Rais wa Tanzania alitangaza mpango wa mageuzi ya kodi,
其中涉及税务284项改革的建议。这些税务改革措施对于在坦企业的经营至关重要。
unaojumuisha mapendekezo 284. Mageuzi haya yana umuhimu mkubwa kwa makampuni yanayofanya biashara nchini Tanzania.
我们很高兴地看到，坦桑尼亚的税务机制在向着更加规范化和数字化的方向发展，也很愿意为此提供助力。
Tunatarajia kuona mfumo wa kodi ya Tanzania ukiwa wa kisasa zaidi na wa kidijitali ili kuwahudumia walipa kodi kwa ufanisi zaidi.
通过这样的改革和进步，相信坦桑尼亚税务局能够为纳税人提供更好的指导和服务。
Tunaamini kupitia mfumo huu TRA inaweza kutoa huduma nzuri zaidi kwa wafanyabiashara wa China nchini Tanzania.
同时，今天这也是一个很好的机会，中资企业可以与坦桑尼亚税务官员进行一些交流，就日常碰到的问题和困难，提出这个权威性的指导和解读。相信这样一个交流的平台，能够通过这次培训，使双方呢都能够更加了解彼此的需要。
Kupitia jukwaa hili la mawasiliano lililoandaliwa na kwa pamoja na makampuni ya Kichina na TRA, tumetoa fursa ya majadiliano kuhusu changamoto hizo. Tunaamini kwamba kupitia mafunzo haya makampuni ya Kichina yataelewa vyema zaidi sheria na kanuni mpya za kodi nchini Tanzania.
最后，相信这一定是一个共赢的结果。
Mwishowe, naamini hii ni matokeo ambayo tunashirikiana pamoja.
那么在此，我要感谢坦桑尼亚税务局，特别是税务局长穆文达局长本人。
Kwa sasa naomba niwashukuru TRA na pia haswa mkurugenzi wake wa CG wa TRA.
您个人倾注了大量的心血和努力，相信在我们的共同努力下，我们双方的目标都能够实现。 坦桑和中国的合作的前景会更加美好。
Na nimeona umejitahidi kuwekeza nguvu yako kuendeleza uhusiano wa baina ya China na Tanzania. Kwa hiyo naamini mustakabali wa China na Tanzania utakuwa vizuri zaidi.
好，谢谢大家。
Asanteni sana.感谢大使的重要指导。接下来，让我们用最热烈的掌声欢迎坦桑尼亚税务总局局长 Yusuf Juma Mwenda 先生。Tunamshukuru sana mheshimiwa. Tunamshukuru sana mheshimiwa balozi kwa mwongozo wake muhimu. Sasa tumkaribishe kamishna mkuu wa mamlaka ya mapato Tanzania, mheshimiwa Yusuf Juma Mwenda atoe hotuba. Makofi mengi tafadhali.
Mheshimiwa Balozi Cheng Mingjian, Ambassador of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Tanzania, Commissioners from Tanzania Revenue Authority present here, Mr. Chu Kun, Commercial Counselor of Chinese Embassy, Mr. Yun Tao Jiang, Chairman of Chinese Enterprises Association, Mr. Stambuli Miovela, CEO of Oasis Financial Services Limited, members of the Chinese business community present here, distinguished participants and invited guests, my TRA, my fellow colleagues, TRA members, managers and staff present, ladies and gentlemen, kazi na utu, kodi yetu, Your Excellence, they didn't tell me that I should create employment by speaking Swahili. So my speech has been prepared in English. So allow me to proceed with English, or if you allow me, I will use both English and Swahili. But next time, due to creation of employment of translators, I will always use Swahili. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to be invited once again to this important 2026 Tanzanian-Chinese Enterprise Tax Exchange and Training Conference organized by Chinese Enterprise Association and Oasis Financial Services Limited. I commend this initiative by the Embassy and the Chinese Contractors Association in Tanzania for organizing such a platform which provides an opportunity to dialogue on various tax issues and hence bring about significant benefits to both parties. Asanteni sana, karibuni sana in this meeting. This conference is an opportunity for TRA to meet our key stakeholders, our taxpayers, to discuss various issues and challenges concerning Tanzania's tax laws and policies, to increase awareness and compliance in the United Republic of Tanzania. TRA, Your Excellence, for the last 8 months has managed to collect almost 24.5 trillion Tanzanian shillings. This could not be achieved without the full support of the enterprise and businesses, both state-owned companies and private-owned companies from Chinese community. So I take this opportunity to appreciate your voluntary tax compliance, and I commend you for your tax contribution. Thank you very much for that. Having said that, I encourage all of you, both the private-owned companies from Chinese origin and state-owned companies, to keep complying with tax laws and ensure timely payment of taxes to surpass this month's collection target and remaining months towards the end of the financial year in June 2026. I'm told the theme of this meeting is understanding IDRAS and resolving some of the tax challenges. As mentioned by the Oasis CEO, we are so grateful as TRA on your initiative to improve your compliance. My team and I are committed to facilitating your understanding, but more important, we are more than ready to facilitate the growth of your businesses. This is the first meeting since when the report of the Presidential Commission on Tax Reform was made public and the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, made her directive based on the 284 recommendations on how are we going to implement all those recommendations. The President was quite clear that first we are going to implement, but second, we'll implement them in 3 phases. We will implement them in short term, in medium term, and long term. But the bottom line is they will all be implemented. On behalf of TRA, I want to assure you, the business community, I want to assure the investors, the diplomats, that TRA will fully implement all the 284 recommendations as confirmed and reaffirmed by Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. The recommendations have been made have been categorized in 3 forms. One, there are those recommendations based on administrations, which will easily be implemented. And we have those recommendations based on policy changes. And we have those recommendations that need to integrate different institutions for centralizing tax administrations. Those which are within our ambit as TRA, which even the Commission itself confirmed that we have started to implement, I want to assure you that we will keep implementing them. And those which will be categorized into 3 mode of implementation, once they'll be made public, TRA is ready and committed to implement them. But if you look at those recommendations, they are centered into the following categories. 1, we want to have a modern, a fair and predictable tax system in Tanzania. We share this commitment. With the fair and predictable tax system, we mean all who deserve to pay tax should pay taxes. Whether they're small or they're large, they should all pay tax based on their income. We confirm and we are committed to fairly enforce against non-compliance. In order to have a fair tax system, there should be no one who is not paying tax. And our duty is to enforce, lawful enforcement, that everyone discharge his lawful obligation. And that we are going to do. But I want to make it clear, and I've told Your Excellence, the Ambassador, that TRA is not against the Chinese business community. TRA is against the few Chinese related companies who are not complying with tax laws. This is where we are against them. But we are not against with the companies from Chinese. We value the strong relationship that has existed for 50 years. We value the contribution that you make to our country, particularly the construction industry. The development that we see is contributed by these companies, the manufacturing companies. The CEO of Oasis has made it clear. The level of development that is taking place is mostly contributed by some of the Chinese companies. So we thank you for the efforts, and we will keep facilitating your business. We will ensure that there is certainty and consistency in tax interpretation and administration of tax law. The recommendation were based on having a convenient and simple tax system. Actually, what we are doing today, Your Excellence, of learning how to use IDRAS is an address of having a convenient tax system, a system where you can operate wherever you are, where you are within the country or you are without the country. So this is an implementation of the recommendation that has been made. But the recommendation were also centered on having a more professional with high level of integrity of TRA staff. Your Excellency, we are committed on that. And I want to give a challenge to the business community from Chinese that our staff are committed to work with high level of integrity. And whenever you find any unethical conduct from our staff, we'll simplify the ways of getting those informations. And my assurance is we are going to take actions fairly to our staff, but also fairly to the business community. Sometimes, very few business community are the ones inciting unethical conduct from our staff. This is wrong and bad, and it creates the environment which is not certain and unprofessional. We must work together to combat this. And as you have demonstrated, and the chairman has put it quite clear, we'll find ways on how we are going to work on it. But we'll continue to have a tailor-made tax education. This is one of the tailor-made tax education, where we have a group of investors with their own challenges and with specific needs, and we address based on their needs. We will keep doing all this. The recommendations were aimed to strengthen the improvement of tax services to taxpayer and customer care. This, we will keep doing it. But the recommendations emphasize on strengthening partnership with all taxpayers and enhancing trust. TRA is committed to building trust. We trust you are not evading taxes. This is our presumptions, that is, we have. And we believe you will live on it honestly, that you will comply with the law. But if you find otherwise, we'll never hesitate to take lawful actions. So we'll keep building trusts that you are our partners in business, and we have the role of facilitating your business, and we must work in partnership. The recommendations aimed also to widen tax base and formalize the businesses. This was aimed to help our country sustain from revenue collection. The president made it clear that it is the vision and ambition of Tanzania to develop like China. You cannot develop like China if we don't collect sustainable revenue collection. The few individuals, and we have some of the few Chinese who are working informally. They have not even formalized their businesses. We will work together to formalize them. And that can be done through tax education and engaging them. And we will do that. The recommendations aimed to ensure we digitalize our processes. I'm so grateful, Your Excellence, that we have embarked in this journey, and almost we have automated all our processes. The custom processes are fully automated and integrated. Now the domestic processes have been fully integrated and automated. We need to keep strengthening the automation and simplifying, as the Commission put it clear that not all of the taxpayers will be able to access our system through computers and laptops. We need also to have applications that can be accessed through mobile operations. That is where we are heading to make it more simple for everyone to access our automation. We'll keep doing that. You have the recommendations were also aimed to have fair tax decisions. In tax decisions, Your Excellence, we know the concerns of repeating audits, and we've taken note of that. We are going to improve. We have improved. We'll keep improving. We must have coordinated audits, whether it's investigation, whether it's tax audit, whether it's examination, whether it's post-clearance audits. All these are audits, and they come from TRA. They must be coordinated. And we have heard your concern, and we are working on it. We have also heard about the arbitrary assessments, that sometimes you are being assessed more than your profits, or you receive an imaginary numbers of assessments. We are improving on this by having a more professional staff. And we have improved through having interfacing with the information of other institutions so that we can give you the correct assessments. But if you believe you have received incorrect assessments, we need to simplify and improve our tax disputes systems and procedures. And they're quite clear, and they will also tell you here today that if you have an assessment, you are aggrieved with an assessment, you have the right to object. Even if you are told to pay 1/3 before your objection is admitted, you have the right, if you have good grounds, to ask for the waive of 1/3. And we have different cases where we have fully waived the 1/3. And those disputes have been, the objections have been admitted, and others have been decided in favor of taxpayers. We are going to improve this for those who believe that they receive incorrect assessments, and that is an arbitrary one. Ours, and as the law has provided, you need to receive the correct, not the incorrect assessment. So my belief is this forum, those who will have concerns, they will air out. And I'm grateful I'm here with my commissioners. They'll get time to reply to all those issues. We have had the concern of arbitrary enforcement, that sometimes you can be freezed your accounts with no proper grounds. You can be rejected your exemptions. They can come to your business premises unnoticed. This is an area of improvement. You may agree with me, we have improved a lot compared to how we were. I don't think whether we have any issue of issuing urgent notes with no justification here. I'll be happy to get feedback on that before I leave here from this community if they have. But we have improved a lot. And normally we provide decision on every enforcement that we do. And by being our partners, we want to leave you more time of doing businesses rather than of dealing with TRA. So, but this is a concern, and we have taken note of it, and we are going to see how we are going to improve it. We have heard about the transparency and simplicity of tax law and procedures. Even the Presidential Commission has made it clear, and even the President has said she wants to have the tax laws, the interpretation and application of tax laws which are consistent. What is decided here on the same case should also be decided in another case. As Commissioner General, I will leave on this, and we are going to improve on this to ensure that we have standard procedures which are applicable to everyone, whether you are a Chinese, whether you are an American, whether you are an Asian, a Tanzanian. The law is the same and is generally applicable to everyone, and that will be applicable to you as well. This is the concern that we have noted. So all these are the issues that we are building our institutions, and we are keeping improving. TRA has just will attain 30 years in July. And our country has almost 65 years since independence. Unlike developed countries, which has more than 300 years, Chinese has how many years since independence?
More than 70. Not independent, we call it People's Republic of China
Yes.
after the establishment. More than 70s.
More than 70s.
70, 70,
More than
This-
70 years.
Yes.
More than that.
77 this year.
Okay. This year they'll have 77. And this year we'll have how many years? Below you. So you want us to be the same while the years are different. will take time to get there. And even TRA has just 30 years. We just have 30 years. So we are building our institutions. We are building our country. We'll get there where you want us to get there. Give us time. As the President has said, the commitment is there to improve the tax system. And we'll start improving it. And we have started improving it. And we'll get there. We want to have a sustainable relationship with you, the Chinese community, considering the historical relationship that we have since our founding fathers, and we'll keep improving that. But we want to have a sustainable development as other developed countries. That cannot be attained with no sufficiency in revenue collection. We must collect. So we'll work together to ensure those who deserve to pay tax pay their correct tax. And those who don't should not be given incorrect assessment. That we are going to work on that. Having said that, I'm so grateful to be here today. And as I conclude, I'd like to take this opportunity once again to thank you for this invitation to this event. TRA pledges maximum cooperation at all times and will be at your disposal whenever you need any assistance from TRA. Our commitment is to have a modern tax system which is automated, a simple, more predictable and fair tax system that we have, and we'll get there. Asanteni sana. Together, kodi yetu Shinshin.
非常感谢税务局局长和各位领导的精彩发言。Tunashukuru sana hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Commissioner na viongozi wote wengine kwa hotuba zao zenye manufaa. 接下来，由于税务局局长以及各位官员还有公务安排，我们将先将进入合影的环节，请各位嘉宾和代表到我们的舞台上进行合影留念。Ifuatayo kwa kuwa Mheshimiwa mkuu wa TRA na maafisa wake kuna wana majukumu mengine, kwa hiyo tunaanza na zoezi la kupiga picha pamoja. Tafadhali wageni wote na wawakilishi wote kuhamia hapo. Kutakuwa na round kama 6hivi. 合影将分为5到6组进行。的第一组呢upigaji wa picha ya pamoja utafanyika kwa makundi matano kama ifuatavyo. 第一组是领导单独合影， kundi la kwanza itakuwa viongozi pekee watapiga picha pamoja. 那就先拍。 那我们先进行第一组领导单独的合影，请拍照的这个同事准备一下。请各位领导看着我们的拍照的人员 tafadhali viongozi wote mwangalie mkapiga cameraman. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Moja, mbili, tatu, ndizi.好，接下来，因为我们中资企业数量比较多，所以我们分成2组，领导与中资企业商会成员的一个合影。Kwa hiyo sasa tunaanza kikundi cha viongozi pamoja na wanachama wa chama cha wafanyabiashara wa China nchini Tanzania。行，那我们就先请第2排、第3排的这个中资企业的成员上台来拍照。后面呢可以站在我们的台阶上。好，谢谢大家。好，剩下的后面几排的成员，请到台上来。后面还可以站一排。咱们中间这边可以插一下，中间这排插一下吧。好，谢谢大家。第3组，请不好意思啊，请这个第1排的这个中国的人留下来一下，我们的成员，我们跟其他的这个税务局还有Oasis 一起拍照。行，留这些可以了，差不多，咱们再留个5位吧，再留个5位，OK， sasa，接下来的话是咱们领导跟中资企业商会的成员以及税务局还有 Oasis 的成员合影。Kundi la tatu itakuwa viongozi pamoja na wajumbe wa China na pamoja na maafisa wa TRA na Oasis Group. Kwa hiyo karibu maafisa wa TRA na Oasis Group kwenye jukwaa.没有，先等他们一起我们三个一起。 这个拍完了，中资企业就可以离开。Upande wa kulia bado nafasi nyingi, naomba mkimbie kidogo. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Ndizi. Hada, 谢谢. Kwa hiyo sasa tumeondoa nani wa China wanaweza kuondoka kwanza, na中资企业的成员可以先离开, inabaki wengine. Kwa hiyo labda mpange timu nyuma pia mnaweza kusimama. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Hao, 接下来第4组是领导跟kwa hiyo naomba wa maafisa wa TRA mnaweza kushuka kwanza, asanteni. Nabaki Oasis na viongozi. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Ndizi. Okay, thank you so much.好，最后就是再次衷心感谢一下各位领导的莅临指导。那我们现在以最热烈的掌声欢送税务局局长以及他的其他的领导。Asanteni sana viongozi wote. Sasa tafadhali tumshangilie kwa makofi mkuu wa TRA na timu yake tunapomkaribisha kuondoka. Samahani, kuna zawadi kwa Mheshimiwa Commissioner na Mheshimiwa Balozi kutoka Oasis. 我们有一些奖品，一些礼物是从 Oasis 这边提供的，想送给我们的税务局局长和大使。请 Oasis 的董事长给我们2个领导提供他们的礼物。 可以看到这是一幅我们税务局局长的画像。给大使的礼物是一个乌木雕。现在送出给咱们税务局局长的画像。好，最后咱们大使跟税务局局长一起合影。所有的嘉宾一起合影。Okay, thank you so much. 好，那就最后让我们用热烈的掌声欢送税务局局长和大使一行。好，接下来让我们进入今天最核心也是大家最期待的环节——税务交流与互动问答。Sasa tunaingia katika sehemu kuu ya inayosubiriwa kwa hamu zaidi ya mkutano wa leo, majadiliano ya kodi na kipindi cha maswali na majibu. 我们将来邀请来自坦桑尼亚税务局的官员上台，就问答环节进行回应。他们包括 Ifuatayo tutawaalika maafisa kutoka mamlaka ya mapato Tanzania kupanda jukwaa kujibu maswali. Wao ni Hamad Idi Mteri 先生，首席税务管理官 ；Jolly Kalongo 先生，国内税收部门经理 ；Paul Walalaze 先生，纳税人教育经理 ；Bwana Hamad Idi Mteri, afisa mkuu wa usimamizi wa kodi; Bwana Jolly Kalonga, meneja wa idara ya mapato ya ndani; Paul Walalaze, meneja wa elimu kwa walipa kodi. Tafadhali kupanda jukwani kujibu maswali yenu. 他们应该是先去送嘉宾了，我们稍作等候，等他们回来。Samahani, naomba mpatie nani yule dada wa kutafsiri mic moja. Ya, anahitaji kutumia. tuanze OK。其实，在会议开始之前呢，我们已经收集了不少的企业相关的问题，所以接下来呢，请各位企业代表做好准备。我们工作人员也会把话筒递到各位的手中。Kabla ya mkutano huu tayari tumekusanya maswali mengi kutoka kwa makampuni. Sasa tunaomba wawakilishi wa makampuni wawe tayari na wafanyakazi wetu watakuwa wakipeleka kipaza sauti kwenu kwa ajili ya kuuliza maswali. 那我们先从中铁建工东非有限公司坦桑尼亚分公司开始。代表请举手一下。好的。
Hi, hello. Yes, good morning. Habari asubuhi. Yes, I was wondering the process for obtaining a. Hi, hello. I was wondering the process for obtaining a tax exemption certificate for tax rate project. Is there any additional requirement or key consideration we should be aware of? Yes, thank you.
The question asked according to the list you gave us. Follow the series of the list, actually, question number 1 up to 21.
这个问题是您之前提交的吗？Yes. 我那是kufuatilia ile tulio，就是他们根据我们之前问的这21个问题都做了相应的回复。那其实我觉得就我们直接就听他的这个讲解好了，因为所有的问题都已经是他们有了这个准备的。unaweza kueleza zote pamoja?
Well, habari za saizi. Good afternoon, everybody. We thank you very much for the questions presented to us. We have got a total of 21 questions. We are going to respond to these questions briefly, and thereafter we will give you a written docket entailing detailed replies, detailed responses for all the questions. Your leader is here, and he will give you such a docket in the form of whether you like it in WhatsApp or on your emails. The document is ready here, answering all the 21 questions. The question number 1 was asking about what is the correct procedure for obtaining tax exemption for a project in Tanzania. This was question number 1. The question was asking about the correct procedures for obtaining tax exemption for a project. The answer is, when we're talking about the project, we must include all the investments, because the project is just a process of implementing an investment. And therefore, the procedures are provided under the VAT Act and the Income Tax Act. Now, in brief, the following are the correct procedures for obtaining tax exemptions here in Tanzania. We go step by step. Step number 1, we'll have to make identification and restructuring of the project. And this includes defining the nature of the project, the investment size, and the funding source. All these 3 aspects have got tax implications. Therefore, it's very important to start by defining the 3 aspects: nature of the project, the investment size, and the funding source. The second step is the investment registration. That the investment must be registered either by the Tanzania Investment Center, that TIC, or EPZ, that is Export Processing Zone, or the Special Economic Zone. And currently, they have been joined to one umbrella called CESA, the Tanzania Special Economic Zone Authority. It's also responsible to register these projects. That's the case of registration. Step 3, you have to determine eligibility. This involves the project itself, that whether it is government funded, or it is donor funded, or it is a strategic investment, or it's a project falling under special economic zone or export processing zones. As I've said, these categories also have got tax implications. Therefore, it is very much important to identify them before starting the project. Step number 4 is the application for the tax exemption. If you want to apply for the tax exemption, you have to submit to the respective ministry, and that application must include the project proposal, the financing agreements, the bill of quantities. That is a list of the goods to be imported for the implementation of the project, and justification for the exemption. Step 5, government approval. You have to ensure that you get the government approval. And this government approval must be reviewed first by relevant ministry, whether they are sectorial ministries or Ministry of Finance, and the TRA has also got a mandate for such an approval. Therefore, you have to review that exemption. And the outcome of this review, that will be issued with the government notice of that particular exemption, or specific approval letter will be issued. Step number 6, you have to make implementation through TRA systems. If you are told you're applying through the TRA systems, as I've been saying here, that TRA has automated all of its processes, and the application of tax exemption is one of the automated processes. And therefore, you apply the exemption, whether it's for the customs clearance or for the local procurement. The system itself, it talks about the exempted goods and approvals for the system. You can use the IDRAS, the newly established TRA system, to apply the exemption. Step number 7, it is importation or procurement. Because you've got an exemption now, you are in a position either to import the goods free of taxes or to procure them free of taxes. Now here you have to apply for the exemption at the customs clearance or local procurement. Step number 8 is the compliance and monitoring. Here, you have to maintain proper records. Make sure if you enjoy an exemption, you maintain proper records and the usage of the exempt goods. The exempt goods, the usage thereof has to be recorded. Note that the misuse of tax exemption may lead to tax recovery and the penalties. That is all about tax exemption. In brief, you can say the things to note: that the project is the execution of an investment, as I've said, and tax exemption is not an automatic. Tax exemption in Tanzania is not automatic. It must be approved. And thirdly, VAT exemption requires government notice. This is under Section 6 of the VAT Act. And the different project categories, they are equal to different approval levels. The category of exemption and the approval levels are different. EPZ and SEZ, that is Economic Processing Zone and the Special Economic Zones, offer a structure for tax incentives under the Income Tax Act, which gives you what we call tax holiday over a period from 5 years up to 10 years. A compliance is critical to retain exemptions. That was question number 1. Question number 2, according to the list you gave us, you asked, can a VAT paid in the mainland Tanzania be claimed as an input VAT in Zanzibar? That was the question. Can VAT paid in the mainland Tanzania be claimed as input VAT in Zanzibar? Short answer. The answer is no, unless otherwise through administrative arrangements. Because the VAT law in the mainland Tanzania recognizes the cross-recognition of input VAT between the mainland Tanzania and Zanzibar. The definition of input tax under the mainland Tanzania's VAT Act recognizes the input tax charged under the laws governing the administration of VAT applicable in Zanzibar, and therefore it is allowable input tax. Note the difference here? That the input tax for the transaction made in Zanzibar can be claimed in the mainland Tanzania. But when you purchase goods in mainland Tanzania, you cannot claim input tax in Zanzibar. This is the provision of the law. On the other hand, the definition of input tax under the VAT Act applicable in Zanzibar does not recognize the input tax charged under the mainland Tanzania's VAT Act. Therefore, that amount is an allowable input tax in Zanzibar. You have to know that with all the details I've given here, the issue to note here is that there is no explicit provision in the mainland VAT Act that allows automatic claiming of input VAT as input VAT in Zanzibar. Nonetheless, recognition of the mainland VAT as input tax in Zanzibar depends on the Zanzibar's VAT law, not the mainland Tanzania law. The VAT Act of the mainland Tanzania is only binding within the mainland Tanzania jurisdiction, and it cannot impose rules on Zanzibar tax administration. The revolutionary government of Zanzibar has got its own VAT law and its own revenue authority, namely the Zanzibar Revenue Authority, ZRA. Remember, there is a union between Tanzania and Zanzibar. VAT is not among the union taxes. The union tax entails the income tax, customs duties, and excise duty. The remaining taxes, every jurisdiction, mainly Tanzania and Zanzibar, operate on their own laws. What I can say as a remark of closure remark is that TRA remains committed to fostering a fair, transparent, and business-friendly tax environment while fully respecting the constitutional and the autonomy of Zanzibar's tax system. That was question number 2.
Hello, sir, excuse me.
Question number 3 was asking as follows: what should the taxpayer do if a supplier refuses to issue fiscal receipt or invoice? What should a taxpayer do if a supplier refuses to issue a fiscal receipt or invoice? The short answer is that a taxpayer must insist on being issued with a fiscal receipt or invoice immediately. Refusing to complete the transaction without a receipt. If you're a buyer, you have to refuse to complete the transaction if you're not given a receipt. And thirdly, the taxpayer has got an obligation to report to the Tanzania Revenue Authority. Not that failure to demand or report to itself is an offense, because the law requires you to demand and report if you are not given. Therefore, failure to report is an offense. Therefore, reporting to TRA is not a favor, it's a legal requirement. It's a legal requirement. Therefore, issuing a receipt is not an optional, it is a mandatory. But there is an exception under the law, Section 44, subsection 2. Some persons may be exempted by the Commissioner General, but they must issue manual receipt. Whoever is exempted from issuing the receipt is supposed to issue what? Manual receipt. Manual receipts must contain the following things. It must have a date, the supplier's details, description of the goods, value or amount, the buyer details, and the TIN number. Okay? Now, what if the supplier refuses? It's asked here. The legal person is provided for under Section 97, subsection 1 of the Tax Administration Act, that a supplier commits an offense by refusing to issue a receipt, and he fails to issue a fiscal receipt or issue a false or an incorrect receipt. It's an offense. The responsibility of the buyer is responsible to do the following. And these are also legal provisions, that the buyer is supposed that the person who fails to demand a fiscal receipt or to report the refusal also commits an offense, as I have said. Therefore, there's a penalty here, 20% of the tax evaded or 2 currency points, whichever is higher. And the currency point now, it is 20,000 Tanzanian shillings. Therefore, I'm talking about 2 currencies, we take 20,000 times 2. Now, simplified meaning, the law places responsibility on both the seller and the buyer. Okay? Both the seller and the buyer are responsible to ensure that the receipts are issued. Now, who should the taxpayer do? Or what should the taxpayer do? First of all, if you are not given a receipt, you have to demand it. Demand the receipt. And secondly, when you demand it, you have to verify the receipt, whether it is genuine or not. And it contains the right details. If you have paid 1,000 or 100,000 shillings, make sure it is indicated in the receipt. It's the responsibility of the buyer to verify the receipt also. Okay? Otherwise, you have to report to TRA if you are not given the receipt. And you have to avoid the following. Avoid accepting goods or services without the receipt. And you have to avoid accepting fake or altered receipts. Okay? Because it's an offense related to receipt are given under the law, that it is an offense to possess or use fake or incorrect receipts. It's an offense in Tanzania. And there is a penalty which is twice the tax evaded. Question number 4.
Hello, sir. I'm sorry.
How are salaries of the foreign employees, that is non-resident employees, taxed in Tanzania? So the question from you, how are the salaries of foreign employees taxed in Tanzania? Short answer. In Tanzania, salaries of non-resident employees are taxed in 2 stages, and this has to be noted, it's very important. Salaries are taxed in 2 stages. Stage number 1, the element of withholding, and stage number 2, at the end of the year. Now listen carefully. During the year, employer will withhold 15%. 15% of the salary has to be withheld by the employer, and this is non-final withholding at the source. It's non-final withholding, 15%. And at the end of the year, the total employment income is subject to 30%. You see? 2 stages. First, you withhold 15%, and then at the end of the year, you accumulate, you add up all the income of that employee, and then it's subject to 30%, which means the 15% paid at the source is a credit, will be credited, will be deducted, will be considered. That by just withholding, that's not the end of the process. That's it is a stage among the stages of taxing these employees. Okay, the translator now can proceed to translate before we can continue.
Okay, sure. Before I translate. just want to make sure my voice has been heard. Before, gentlemen, you're going to proceed answering the following questions. I would like to translate a little bit about the previous 3 questions you have already answered. 对于刚刚之前念的3个问题的话，这是我们之前提出来的问题。在今天的整个座谈会之后的话，他们也会把所有的问题整理成文档，然后分享给大家。关于大家非常关注的第一个问题，就是说如何能够正确的对于项目的这个免税进行一个申报。对于项目进行申报的话，它这里总共提出来了8点。首先第一个的话，就是所有的项目都跟投资是息息相关的。3个方面，第一个，项目的性质；第二个，投资项目它是处于哪个几个方面？首先第一个方面的话，投资项目的性质；第二个，投资无非咱们现在目前坦桑尼亚有3个，一个是 TIC， 一个 EPZ， 一个是 SEZ。TIC 是我们以前的投资中心，加上出口加工管理局，加上特殊经济开发区，这3个现在目前合并成了 TICESA。第3个非常重要的就是我们项目的资金来源。项目资金来源无非分为3个方向：第一个政府，第二个正常的这个普通的投资，第3个就是作为一个战略投资者的这么一个战略性的投资。你在之前的项目成立开始执行到第2点，项目开始确认整个资金的这么一个来源和性质，到第4步接下来的话，开始向税务局提交这个税务申请，项目的这个税务减免的申请。项目减免申请的话，你需要先提交你的这个财务状况，你整个项目的话大概是多长的时间，还有你整个供你项目运作的所有的进口货物的减免的清单，这个都需要给到他们非常非常详细的明细。做完这一步的这个提交申请的话，第5步就要等待他们这个官方的这个确认。那整个确认的话，它其实是分为等级的，首先肯定是他们的财政部，然后他们的税务局，包括再到他们下面的这个政府的办公室。在经过他们的这么一个确认之后的话，整个就会往下提交到政府办公室，最后呢，然后由税务局来给你们颁发这个税务减免的这么一个证书。在这个里面的话，他也提出来了，在这个基础上能拿到这个税务减免，你就可以开始申请进口的这个免税了。进口免税的话，可以是零税，但是零税这一点的话，它是希望大家在申请这个项目税务减免，尤其是进口货品的话，一定要做好非常好的完善的这么一个记录，不要因为有一些人他提到了，就是说我这个项目是申请了减免，但是他进行申报减免的这个货物或者是车辆的话，没有正常的使用到这一个项目的这个运营当中。
Done?
No, not yet, not yet. It's actually long answers. So let me just take my time. Once I'm done, I'll let you know your honesty.
接下来的话，整个项目的这个投资阶段的话，它其实是除了整个项目进行税收减免，然后这个政府包括税务局层层审批，但是它这里提到了一点，不同的项目它是申请许可包括批准的这个层面是不一样的，这个是项目而定。就比如说你不同的项目申请下来的这个税务减免的额度也是不一样的，这是特殊经济开发区的，有一些人可能是普通投资者的，包括整个税务的优惠政策，它也激励政策和措施它也是不一样的。然后关于第2个问题，就是坦桑尼亚大陆的这个 VAT 付的 VAT 是不是可以在桑岛的增值税系统进行一个提交和减免？它的答案是不行的，因为坦桑尼亚的税务系统和桑岛的税务系统它是分属于2个不同的税务系统，所以你所有的在坦桑尼亚大陆的这个申报的是没有办法在桑岛来进行一个减免的，因为桑岛他们自己的税务叫GTRA， 就是 Zanzibar Tax Authority，
所以这一点的答案是否定的。所以大家在做这个经营的时候要注意到。第三个就是当我们在外面碰到有一些供应商，他们拒绝开具击打小票、税票，应该怎么办？刚刚这个官员讲了一点，就是说，关于打不打税票，这是你不是 optional， 你不能够选择，因为你这是有义务的。所有的供应商在你销售你的商品和服务的时候，你是必须要履行税务局的这个义务，要打这个击打小票的。任何没有做到这一点的，都是属于不合规的这么一个行为。那有些人说，如果说真的你不给的话，首先第一个你可以是跟 TIA 的办公室进行举报，并且要求他们必须要准备这个击打小票。如果说碰到一些特殊的情况，可能没有办法击打小票出来的话，必须要出具一个手写的这个票据，并且手写票据上面的话要提供详细的信息。首先，它供应商的详细信息，你所购货品的详细信息、金额、数量以及买家的这个 TIN number 都必须得要非常详细的展示在这个手写的小票上面。因为在坦桑尼亚税法其中，税法第一个部分就讲到了，税务法案的话，就是所有的就是买家，你有权利，这是你的权利，跟供应商索要发票，供应商他们是有义务并且是必须要给买家提供相应的击打小票。如果说没有这样子做的话，一般它的这个惩罚额度是发票金额的2倍作为罚款。所以碰到这种情况的话，咱们可以及时向税务局进行一个报备。刚刚我们是讲到第4个问题，第4个问题他还没有回答完，他继续解释。Gentlemen, I finished about all 3 questions and answers, so please kindly proceed for the 4th one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Translator. Proceed. Question number 4, as I've said, was asking about how are the salaries of the foreign employees, that is, non-resident employees, are taxed here in Tanzania. As I've said, in Tanzania, the salaries of non-resident employees are taxed in 2 stages. Stage number 1, that is, employer withholds 15%, which is non-final withholding at source. And by being non-final, it means the amount paid will be considered at the end of the year when calculating the non-resident employees' total income for the year. That is why the law provides that at the end of the year, it's the 2nd stage whereby the total income of this employee will be charged 30%. It means the 15% paid upfront as a withholding will be a tax credit at that time of taxing the total income of this particular employee. And the legal basis, a resident person under Section 104 of the Income Tax Act, a resident employer must withhold income tax from employment income. This means that every employer in Tanzania must deduct pay as you earn from the salary before paying the employee. And this is mandatory withholding. It's a mandatory obligation to withhold. Employers cannot avoid withholding and reduce withholding or claim other deductions. The law restricts this. That's a mandatory which has no excuse. The tax rate for the non-residents, as I've said, this is paid 15% of withholding first, and every salary payments to a non-resident, 15% must therefore be deducted by the employer. At the end of the year, total employment income of that non-resident is taxed at the rate of 30% flat rate, meaning that 15% will be held advance and finally 30%. How it works is well elaborated. Therefore, resident employees they have got a graduated rate. This is different from the non-residents. But for non-residents, these bands of graduation does not apply. The non-residents are taxed a flat rate of 15% withholding, and at the end of the year, 30%. What is the essence of this? Tanzania also maintains, if there is a double taxation agreement, always the rates will follow what is stipulated in the agreement. If it follows under the agreement that Tanzania has entered with any other country. Common misunderstanding under this category. Thinking that non-residents are exempt, or applying resident rates, tax bans to non-residents. Bans are for residents only. For non, don't apply the bans. And sometimes the employers fail to withhold the 15%. It's also a misunderstanding. Make sure that the employer's duty is a mandatory withholding, and if at all there is a double taxation agreement, it must be respected. What are the tax implications of this? Sometimes there's a problem of net of tax salary arrangements, that the employer has agreed to pay the employee net amount, and he tends to pay the tax on behalf of that employee. If you have got that system, the salary has to be grossed up. Otherwise, there is a tax implication on the total amount of pay is when paid and on the amount of SDL. Because without the grossing up, you will not be able to pay and remit to TRA the correct amount of income tax on this employee's remuneration. Tanzania taxes employment income based on source principle. This has to be noted. On source, not where the payment is made. If employment services are performed in Tanzania, the income is taxable in Tanzania regardless of where the salary is paid, regardless of the currency type, regardless where the money is retained. This is the source principle. And if we have got what we call this net of tax salary arrangement, the employer always agrees to a net, that is take-home amount. The employer bears the tax. That's the meaning of net arrangement. Not that the agreed net salary must be grossed up to determine taxable income, as I've said. If the contract says that employees has to receive, let's say, $10,000 US, this is not the taxable income, according to the law. You must gross it up, and the gross up formula, you take that net amount agreed in the contract, okay? Divide by 1 minus the applicable tax rate. And we always take 30%. 1 minus 30% times the net salary, you will get the gross up amount. That will be declared in the payroll for the proper computation of SDL and pay as well. Other details, you will find them in the handout which I'm going to give you. The things to note here is that sources of income determine the taxation, not the payment. Even if the money is paid in China, but the service was rendered here in Tanzania, the salary will be taxed the whole of it here in Tanzania. Net of tax contracts increases taxable income. That is grossing up required. And offshore salary payments, if the salary are paid offshore, they are paid in abroad, they are still taxable here in Tanzania. And another thing to note is that remittance of abroad does not trigger a new tax, but income must be taxed first. For example, you've been paid money here as your salary, and now you're transferring money to your family in China. That money is not subject to tax anymore, so long as it was properly taxed at the payroll. And the last point to note is that employer bears full payee responsibility. And this is a legal requirement under Section 104 of the Income Tax Act. Okay? Other things you are going to read in the docket, I'm going to provide it to you soon. Translator? Translator, go on. Before we go to question number 5.
I'm here, yeah. 关于咱们外籍的这个员工工资申报的这么一个问题，以及非居民的员工在坦桑尼亚的这个税收问题，其实关于这个员工的收税，尤其是涉及到海外外籍的这个员工的这个税收，我们这边的话经常能提到的3点是 Payee、SDL 技术发展税、个人所得税。它这里的话提到了整一个在咱们计算外籍员工或者海外员工的这么一个税点。首先可能在1年中间的话，我们先付到15%，但是到了年末之后，以他整个收入来算的话，可能是按照30%这么一个税点来算的。关于这个外籍员工的这个工资，那这一些的话，根据坦桑尼亚的这个税法2.14，所有的这一些包括员工的工资的这个工资的记录单和工资记录单这一块呢，其实举到了一个例子，就是关于我们可能有一部分是坦桑尼亚收到的这个工资，一部分呢可能是打到了咱们中国的这个账户上。但是按照坦桑尼亚的法律来说，所有的外籍人士的工资，不管是在坦桑尼亚支付，还是部分在海外支付，这一些可能没有反映在你们的员工的工资单上，但是其实这一些也是需要计算到整个在坦桑尼亚外籍员工里面应该交的所得技术发展税的这个税点里面去的。So I think I'm done. I'm clear about this part.
Proceed to question number 5. The question was asking, what are the minimum requirements for a fiscal invoice, popularly known as EFD receipt? What are the minimum requirements for an EFD receipt to support VAT deductions, that is input tax credits here in Tanzania? Our fellow here is asking about the minimum requirements. Now, the answer is, the minimum requirements for the fiscal invoice to support VAT deductions, they are aligned with the Section 44 of the Tax Administration Act and the EFD regulations. Legal foundation is that every person who supplies goods or services or receives payment is required to issue a fiscal receipt. When we say a fiscal receipt, is a receipt issued whether by using the EFD machine or by an application approved by the Commissioner General. Therefore, nowadays, by the use of these applications under the VFD system, it's no longer mandatory for everyone to own an EFD machine in his business. What is mandatory is to issue. What is mandatory is to issue a fiscal receipt, not to own an EFD machine. It is such that issuance of fiscal receipts is mandatory, and it is primary legal document supporting any VAT claim. General rules for the VAT deduction. Input VAT to be deductible, the taxpayer must possess a valid fiscal receipt issued in accordance with the law. This can either be an EFD invoice standard rule or manual receipt. As you remember, we said that there is a permission for some people to issue manual receipts, some categories of people nominated by the Commissioner General, and this exclusion is under the provisions of Section 44, subsection 2 and 3 of the Tax Administration Act. Under the Section 44, every supplier must issue a fiscal receipt by using approved system. For VAT purposes, this means The invoice must be EFD generated fiscal invoice, and it must meet both legal and technical requirements. Categorized requirements for the EFD fiscal invoice that the supplier or the seller identification details should be as follows. These are the things which a legal and acceptable EFD receipt must meet. The name of the supplier must be there, fiscal or business address must be there, and the taxpayer's identification number must be there. This confirms that the supplier is a registered tax person as required by the law. Those are on part of the supplier. Now, what should the receipt indicate on part of the purchaser, the buyer? It should indicate the name of the purchaser, address, TIN of the purchaser, because without this, the purchaser's TIN, input VAT claims may be denied. If the receipt does not indicate the purchaser's TIN number, that is taxpayer's identification number, the input VAT claim may be denied by TRA. What else should the invoice indicate? This is on part of the invoice itself, the transaction details. The details we expect to see them on a legal invoice. We have to see a unique fiscal invoice number, that is daily ascending serial number, to know that that receipt was on which number of issuing on that particular day. The date and time of issuance has to be indicated on the receipt if it is genuine. Description of the goods or services supplied must be indicated if at all the receipt is genuine. Quantity of goods and services, unit price. These details establish the existence, nature, and the timing of the supply. They're very important for the three purposes. To establish the existence, nature, and timing of the supply, and to know whether the receipt is genuine or fake. Another thing, the value and the tax breakdown. The receipt must indicate the value and the tax breakdown. The taxable value of the supply, applicable VAT amount, total amount payable, to ensure correct computation and transparency. And the receipt also should indicate the adjustments, if any. If there's any adjustments, they must be indicated on the receipt, and this is the legal requirement. The discounts, the markups, the corrections or changes must be clearly disclosed to reflect the true transaction values. Electronic fiscal features also are there. There are some electronic fiscal features. For example, generated through a registered electronic fiscal device. It must contain electronic fiscal signature for those who are using ESD, the electronic signature devices. The receipt issued, you'll find the receipt is big like A4 paper, but there is a signature there, okay? And the receipt number should be indicated. This is a core authentication requirement. It's a core authentication requirement under the AFD regulations and the proof of compliance under Section 44. Integrity and authenticity is also very important. The requirement for manual receipts, if at all you use your manual receipt, the requirements are given also by the law. The commissioner may exclude certain persons, as I've said, using EFD, but the manual receipt is allowed. It must strictly, statutorily meet the following requirements. The mandatory contents of the manual receipt, there must be the date of the payment, full name and address of the supplier, full description of the goods, the quality, value amount charged, full name, TIN number, and any additional particulars as prescribed by the commissioner who has authorized the issuance of that particular manual receipt. Other details, you'll find them in the document I'm going to provide to you. Before I can proceed to question number 6, the translator, please make it clear. Translator?
OK， 第5个问题，支持 VAT 抵扣的财政发票最低要求是什么？首先必须 发票必须通过 EFD 电子税控设备开具，发票上必须包含供应商全称、TIN number、VAT 注册号、发票日期、唯一编号，还有商品明细、数量、单价、不含税金额、VAT 税率、税额以及税价合计。买方名称，如果买方是企业的话，要带上买方的企业 TIN 码。手工发票原则上不可抵扣，开票后如果抵扣的话，开票后6个月内，冲抵。Okay, I'm done.
Question number 6. And after replying this question, I'm told here will be the lunch time. We'll be breaking for the lunch after this one. The question was asking as follows: what is the correct basis for calculating change of control? That is C of C, tax. What is the correct basis for calculating change of control here in Tanzania? As you know, change of control has got a tax implication. What is the correct basis for calculating change of control tax? The legal trigger of the tax. Change of control accounts when an underlying ownership of an entity changes by more than 50%. That's according to the provisions of Section 56 of the Income Tax Act. And that change of 50%, it is within 3 years. That even if the change has occurred on less than 50%, you'll have to add up, to gross up. Let's say this year the change happened by 20%, next year 10%, next year 40%. You add up these to determine as to whether the change has met the legal criteria of being more than 50%. Because when the change is more than 50%, the law treats what we call a deemed realization of all the company's assets. And upon that realization, it means there is a gain, which gives an implication of capital gain tax. Now, change of control, as I've said, this applies to direct share transfers. It also applies to indirect ownership changes. In ownership, whether it's indirect changes and the beneficial ownership shifts. It involves both direct and indirect ownership changing. Now, is the deemed realization under change of control applicable for investment assets or business assets? The law says that all the company's assets will be treated as if realized, as if sold, all. Therefore, both the investment assets and the business assets will be treated as if realized. Now the question comes on how to tax now. Okay? The business assets will be taxed separately from the investment assets, because the gain that will be derived from the business assets will be added up to the balancing of the company's income of that particular year. But for the investment assets, the tax will be collected by way of single installment, an instant collection, even before the end of the year. Therefore, investment assets will attract capital gain tax. The perishable business assets will attract the balancing of adjustments, that is the computement of loss, or will recoup, increasing the profit of the company, and the trading stock will be brought to the account as income. So by saying the assets will be deemed as realized, it doesn't mean all the assets will be put onto one bucket and be taxed. No. They will separate it to know these are investment assets, be taxed separately, business assets being taxed separately, and the trading stock being treated separately. The law assumes the company has sold everything it owns, whether investment or business assets, and therefore taxes each asset according to its nature. Okay? We can have an example here how the change of control is done. Just assume having land, having share-held machineries and stock. Having land, it is termed as investment assets according to the law. Shares are also investment assets which will attract capital gain tax. But the machineries and the stock will have to attract a balancing charge of the business income. The key principle now. Upon change of control, the entity is treated as having realized all assets, but it is computed in two distinct streams, as I've said. Each ownership period is treated as a separate for ZGT. We have to note this, each ownership period. For example, okay, thank you very much. We're proceeding. I think that according to asking the question now, change of ownership happens when the asset, the underlying ownership of an entity changes for more than 50% over a period measured over a period of 1 year. But every change has got its own year of income. For example, a company has been operated up to July or up to September, and then it comes to be changing the ownership. The year from January to July will be quite separate from starting from July onwards after having new ownership. That is important to note. Exclusions. Change of ownership applies where new shares are issued or transfer occurs between resident persons only. Compliance requirement, the entity must notify the TRA that there is a change, and the meaning of change has been explained here. If more than half of the company's real owners change over a period of 3 years, as I've said, the law treats it as major ownership shift, and therefore it attracts CGT, that is capital gain tax. Okay? Now, how to calculate the underlying, the basic rule, underlying ownership of this? For example, to know the underlying ownership, Company A owns Company B by 50%. But Company B owns Company C by 80%. Now you have to calculate as to how much now Company A owns Company C. This is a matter of computation which will continue after the lunch break. Translator, please. Translator, before we can wind up for lunch.
我们现在第6个问题就是关于如何计算控制权变更税的这么一个相关方面的信息。当我们提到这个控制权变更税这一块的话，我们不得不提到的就是它的这么一个触发条件，在什么样的情况下才会有这个控制权的这么一个变更税的这么一说。那么在坦桑尼亚的话，根据坦桑尼亚2024年的所得税的税法第56条，它的这么一个控制权变更税的触发条件其实是 坦桑尼亚实体的底层所有变更权超过50%的时候，那在这么一个情况下，就会有控制权变更税的这么一说。那这个50%的话，有可能是累计的，20%、10%一直到之后，不管怎么样，只要但凡变更超过50%，不管是这个股份转让是这个所有权是直接的还是间接的这么一个转让，它都是达到了它的这么一个触发的这么一个条件。那么在这个触发条件的基础上，怎么样来计税呢？那这个的话就是要看整个计税基础，要看它是按照整个控制权的变更日来开始计算的。那么也就是说，当整个控制权在哪一天它的所有权或者是它的投资开始的时候，重新开始的时候，从那一个特殊的年份开始来计税。那也就是说，这个计税基础是它的这个坦桑尼亚实体全部资产与负债市场公允的这个价值视为这个一同处置或者是重新这个收购来计税。那当然的话，他刚刚说到了关于整个这个计税的话，它分为一个这个资产它应该怎么样来算，它是这个资产它的所有权，它包括咱们的这个土地、咱们的库存，包括这个机械等等，这一些都算作整个这个计税基础和变更日的这个所有权里面来那当然这的话也有一些什么民间转让，包括这个新发股份，也会同样导致这个控制权变更豁免。所以在这些情况下的话，也是要看它的这个所有权的这么一个性质。那接下来的话，关于整个控制权的变更，打了一个比方，就涉及到了 A、B、C 三家公司之间的按照80%的这个比例来进行讨论。那接下来的话，会在这一个方面我们会做出更多的这个解释接下来我们先享用午餐，完了之后我们再回到我们的座谈会现场进行接下来的讨论。谢谢大家。
好，接下来是我们的午餐时间，大家可以移步到我们的1号厅去进行午餐，然后我们在2点半的时候再回到这边接下来进行下一步的这个培训。
坐这儿。
大家下午好。现在我们即将开始我们下午的环节。然后上午呢，其实我们的这位哈曼的先生呢，也给大家讲解了一些这个问题的答案。那由于这个时间限制啊，就因为这个问题也非常多，他其实准备了也比较充分，所以他现在就简单的说两句，然后我们就继续进入下一个环节。然后其他的这个问答呢，我们会放到我们的这个综合企业的商会的群里，然后大家可以继续再看。
Yes, good afternoon. How was the lunch? Did you enjoy it? Okay, thank you. Well, now we are going to have a session on the IDRAS, the Integrated Domestic Revenue Administration System, IDRAS. And this, because of time, the questions that were asked us, a total of 21 questions, we have already prepared the answers for all the questions. A big document of 72 pages has already been handed over to my friend here. What is your good name? Juma? Juma Suruhu Sharobaro. Here's the document. You can have it through WhatsApp. You can send it to you all, you can share. All the questions are well elaborated, deeply explained. You read it to yourself. In case of any other question, you can send it to Juma and Juma will forward to us. We'll answer them again. Therefore, feel at home. You're welcome. Thank you.
好，非常感谢。那接下来我们就有请我们 TRA 的2个讲师，一个讲师叫 Sylvester，现在由他为我们讲解这个 EASDRAS 系统。
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvester Sebastian from Legal Services Department. I'm involved in the project for development of EASDRAS. So here we will take you through the EASDRAS introduction, and through demonstration we shall go from one module to another to introduce you to EASDRAS so that you can understand what EASDRAS is and how can you access the EASDRAS system, how can you manage your tax affairs through EASDRAS system, how can you communicate with TRA through EASDRAS system, and the other issues as we are going to show you. So briefly, in this introduction, we shall tell you about the key features of EASDRAS and EASDRAS models, how to access, and we shall have something which we think is so interesting on your part, that is tax relief and exemptions, also conclusion. EASDRAS is just a short form of Integrated Domestic Revenue Administration System. Before TRA launched the EASDRAS system, we had different domestic systems that were not integrated. So, for example, if you wanted to register for tax identification number, you had to go to a different system. But also, once you want to file a return, then we had a different system. So these systems, which are 14 number, have been integrated together into one unified system known as EASDRAS. So once you hear about EASDRAS, it means it is an integrated system combining different modules, different systems that prior were being operated separately. But now it is just one system comprising of all different 14 modules or 14 systems as previously used to be. So as the previous presenters have said, the system enables a real-time data exchange through seamless data sharing between internal and external stakeholders. Now, we are able through EASDRAS to exchange information internally, whereby we have integrated all other systems that I have said, and we shall see them, but also with the other systems from other external stakeholders, including government institutions and also the private institutions. EASDRAS, it safeguards taxpayers' data with the state-of-the-art protection protocols. So through EASDRAS, TRA has made sure that the taxpayer information are protected. There is now a problem of data loss or information. So everything has been now integrated in the system and readily available whenever you want as a taxpayer. We integrated EASDRAS with the other TRA systems. You know, we have other systems like system operated under customs, that is TANSIS. Now it is integrated. So you might have some services that are connected to domestic systems, but at the same time they are interlinked with the customs issues. So you don't need to to go with the papers to customs for the information that are available to TRA. So we have integrated both the domestic system with the customs systems, as well as other systems like Aruti. Aruti is the system that manages the employees of TRA. So for example, an employee, if he's on a vacation, then or leave, then the system will notify the taxpayer that certain employees not available, and your issues will be directed to another employee. Also, I've said that we have integrated with other government systems and private systems. Through IDRAS now, we have automated all the processes. There is no manual issues now we are entertaining at TRA. Even if you want to communicate to TRA through letters, we don't now receive letters. You can write your letter through IDRAS, and the TRA will receive that letter through IDRAS, and then it will reply, and then we don't need you to come to TRA with your hard copies to submit your letters, and then we answer through hard copies. So through IDRAS now, you can just communicate with TRA. Also, IDRAS now has enabled the taxpayer to do something like self-services. You need to do everything at your own desk without asking TRA, or even sometimes in simple issues you don't even need to engage consultants. You can just using your laptops at your desk and maybe apply for tax identification number, amend the information relating to registration and whatever. So it is self-service system for any stakeholder to use and access other services from TRA. So, as I said, we are different systems that were working separately, but now they are combined together, and we have turned them to modules, so that we have one and single system known as IDRAS. So these systems are available, or modules are available within IDRAS. For example, registration. This one will help you as a taxpayer to manage your account, to register for tax identification number, and to amend information. If you have branches, for example, you have a company, but you want to create branches, then through registration, you can create branches at your without looking assistance from TRA. Also, return filing and accounting. The law requires each taxpayer to file a return and account for the profit, losses, and whatever. So that one also is included within IDRAS. Electronic tax invoicing also is included. If you want to issue electronic receipt, tax receipt, then it is available. It is not now a requirement that each taxpayer needs to have a EFD machine. You can have an application through your phone, through your laptop, and then you can issue a receipt. You can also, maybe if there are mistakes have been made when you are issuing receipts, then you can correct such mistakes by issuing another receipt and cancelling another which is not proper. We have revenue collection and accounting module, debt management and collection. This one also informs you how TRA enforces the debts and also enhancing compliance. We have tax reliefs and exemption for the stakeholders that are qualified to get different tax reliefs and exemptions. Then we have that module imbued within IDRAS. Objection and appeal. Yeah, TRA makes assessment on your tax affairs, and then if you think the decision by TRA is not just or is not proper, you have a chance to object through the system, and TRA will determine your objection, and once you are not satisfied, then you can appeal through IDRAS to other government bodies that are dealing with tax disputes. Also, we have risk management system, private and class ruling. Regarding to private and class ruling is where the law is not clear on your part on a certain transaction or a certain issue, then you can ask the ruling from the Commissioner General, and the ruling from the Commissioner General will be the position of the law at that particular time until the law is changed. So we have that also avenue within IDRAS. Communication management system, as I've said, we no longer entertain letters, hard copies. You just write your any issue that you need to inquire from the TRA, and then TRA will respond through the communication management system. We have inventory management system that is monitoring the business for taxpayers. Also, we have knowledge management system that also through this system, TRA may issue different information regarding tax issues, but also it helps the taxpayer to provide any issue that you think is important for TRA to improve. Is then through knowledge management system you can do so. We have central motor vehicle registration system. That is a system used to register our motor vehicles, both imported but also locally manufactured or assembled here. So you can register through that system. And lastly, we have the central driving license system. If you want to get your driving license or just want to renew, then we have that system also within IDRAS. So how to access IDRAS as a taxpayer, you need first to have your taxi identification number. So tax identification number, that will be your key to access IDRAS. So if you don't have tax identification number, then you have to register. And we have a window that shows how to register. You can register yourself, and within just 5 minutes you get a tax identification number so that you can access the IDRAS and access all the modules that I have mentioned. Also, once you have a tax identification number, then you can create your own account. You just create your own account, as we shall see, and then you get the credentials that will allow you to proceed with the other processes. As the entities or as companies, we think each company should have also identification number. So if you have identification number for a respective company, it means the directors of that company will be the administrators of the company and will administer all tax issues. So tax admin or tax administrators will have the powers to appoint declarants, to appoint audit firms, to appoint tax consultants, so that they can manage your affairs. So if you appoint a certain declarant, then you have a chance to limit what tasks or what laws that person can do within IDRAS. Also, these entity administrators have the chance to manage branches. If you have branches in different localities, then you can manage them and manage their tax issues. We have a window, a specific window for government entities that are facilitating other business relating to taxes. For example, the ministries and the other institutions. For them, actually, they use the other window known as Tax Connect. So that is different from the taxpayer. Taxpayer use taxpayer portal to access the system, but government agencies, they use Tax Connect portal to access the system, and usually they use their official emails. So that is what is about IDRAS in general. But we were told that you have interest on tax reliefs and exemption. So as an introduction to that one, because it is a very wide topic, but you need to understand that tax administration system in Tanzania also involves in administration of various tax reliefs and exemption that are introduced under tax laws in specified areas. So we have tax laws, and such tax laws also provides some reliefs and exemption to specified areas or specified beneficiaries. So most of such tax relief and exemptions are issued by the minister responsible for finance. And for Commissioner General has only mandate to issue VAT exemption on government-funded project, but also on the Industrial Development Levy, IDL. So Commissioner General has that mandate. However, regardless who issues the exemption, the administration, the control, the monitoring of such exemption are done by TRA. So TRA is an integral part in the administration of such exemption, regardless the institution or the person or the authority granting the same. Briefly, under our tax laws, we have exemption on the government projects. So, and when we say the government projects, specifically the VAT, if it is government-funded project, then we have at least 60 sectors that are responsible to receive exemption. If it is in the sector of transport, sector of water, if it is in the sector of oil, gas and power infrastructure, earth and education, then they qualify, all such projects qualify for exemption. But also the donor-funded projects. So if you are implementing the donor-funded project, normally in the financing agreement, there is a clause that local taxes and duties will be exempted. At the same time, we have exemption granted to strategic investor, as we have heard prior in the morning, that strategic investors who qualifies with such a status under TISEZA, previously known as TIC. So if you are an investor and you qualify to be a strategic investor under this investment law, then you have tax incentives, including VAT on the capital goods, but also including corporate tax. You can be exempted on the income tax, excise duty, import duty, etc., according to the determination made by the responsible authority. But also we have investors working under the external processing zones or special economic zones, EPZ or SEZ schemes. They also qualify for exemption. They are issued with specific license to be exempted on their purchases, but also on the goods they export outside Tanzania. We have also VAT deferment on the capital goods under the VAT Act. If you import a capital goods, a good that are used to generate other taxable items, then under the VAT Act, you can be exempted from paying that VAT amount if it exceeds 10 million. but also there are other criteria that you need to follow to be qualified of in order to have that one. So if you procure that capital goods, then you work with it for 10 years, then that VAT will be forgone forever. But if you don't maybe want to exchange hands with that goods, you need to sell it, or you have stopped the business, then the VAT amount deferred will be demanded. So we have exemption under the diplomatic arrangements, also other exemption granted through licenses. For example, those supplying to the defense forces, then they have exemptions. So I think I've explained this exemption for government project. I've already explained this scenario. So to conclude this as an introduction to IDRAS, with IDRAS, taxpayer experience is expected to be improved to a great extent, and therefore provide solution to various long-standing challenges such as easy filing and the payment and the proper record keeping. But also together we can embrace this new era of tax administration and continue to build a system that benefits everyone. So let us ensure to access IDRAS by actively engaging, learning, and improving our process. So with that introduction, if maybe we want to interpret, or then we move forward to see what I've said now practically in the demo server. So if you want to access IDRAS or TRA system, now the procedure, you go to TRA website. For example, if I write tra.go.tz, then I will directly go to TRA website. And then through TRA website, you go to taxpayer portal. So this portal is specifically for taxpayers to use in order to access the TRA. So if I go to TRA portal, then I will be demanded to log in through my individual TIN number so that I can proceed with the service that I need TRA to do for me. So this is a live server. So here you will go to login, and you will provide you log in here if you have your TIN number. Also, you indicate your TIN number here and the password. Then you access the TRA system. So if you don't have your TIN number, then you proceed to register TIN number yourself. So you can register TIN number, and we have different criteria on how to register. For local or for Tanzanian citizen, they normally use the TIN application with the national identification number. But if you don't have national identification number, then we have the option for you to register TIN without national identification number for various purposes. Okay, so we have different scenarios for registration of TIN when you can see yourself on your screen. Now, because this is a live server, I will go to the demonstration server so that, or training server, so that we can see more features. Because once I want to log in through live server, it means I will use my TIN number. So let us go to demonstration server. So this is the demonstration server. So I will log in using the TIN number, which is specified for training purposes. I will use the TIN number specified for training purposes. So I imagine that this is a registered taxpayer with TIN number and also the password. If you don't have the password, the system allows you to reset your password here. You can reset and then indicate your mobile number, phone number, and then the password will be sent by TRA through the message, and they will be able to change and put the your specific password. So I log in here. So if you log in, then as an individual, you'll be able to see all the features relating to tax issues specifically for you personally. But let's say you are director of a certain company, then you have a chance to change the session to the page specifically for your company. For example, this one can change to another company. So this is a list of the companies or entities that that person is registered with. So here you can see the numbers. We have tried to hide the names because of confidentiality issues. Okay, but in the live server, you will see the real name of a particular company you are dealing with. So if a director, if you're a company secretary, if you are audit firm, whatever, if you are linked with that company, then you will be able to change session and specifically go to the page for a specific institution that you are working with. Okay? So here there is portal. This portal, it has all the modules that I was mentioning, starting with registration, computerized license, motor vehicle registration, and the other modules that I've mentioned. So for me, I will demonstrate a little bit about tax relief and exemption, also objection and appeal, as well as private and class ruling. So the rest of the modules, my colleague will proceed. So if you are qualified to apply for exemption, then once you log in and then you change session to a specific company, okay, that is qualified for exemption, then you will choose the exemption, tax relief and exemption module. So once you choose tax relief and exemption module, you will have these menus directing you what to do. For instance, we have exemption if you are now requesting for exemption, but also we have a menu for utilization of exemption. Once you are granted with exemption from TRA, then you have a law or an obligation to apply for utilization approval before you use that exemption. Okay? So that's the requirement of the law, that you get the exemption first, but once you want to procure items, you want to procure those goods or services that are exempted, then you seek utilization approval to TRA. The purpose is to recognize the supplier, because once you apply for exemption, maybe you might be not in a position to know who is the supplier. And remember, the supplier has an obligation to file return, VAT return monthly. So if you take your certificate to a supplier, without the supplier being recognized that is supplying under exemption scheme, then the supplier will not agree. So in order to recognize the supplier, you need to apply for exemption, whereby you will provide the details of the supplier, and the system will generate another form authorizing the supplier to supply you. Okay, so that's why we go for utilization. But also utilization, you provide the master list during the exemption request. So that master list is not containing the cost for each items. But once you go to procure such item is when you will know exactly which cost is respected for that item. So TRA at that particular time will be able to know that in a certain project we have exempted a certain amount of money. So that's why we go for utilization procedure. And lastly, it's just to control exemption, so that once we grant you 100 tons of cement, we want to know at the end of the project how many tons did you utilize. So we cannot know that if you don't go through that procedure of utilization. So we have also deferment, as I've said. Deferment, this is the VAT deferment, whereby the government just defer the amount of VAT to be paid on the capital goods so that you can produce other taxable items. And after 10 years, that VAT is forgone forever. But once you don't abide with the requirement of the law, then the government will ask you to pay the VAT that was deferred. Okay, so I imagine that I am the qualified person, then I want to apply for exemption. Then I click exemption. Here will be the menu directing me to apply for exemption. For example, is VAT. Then I will start registering the project. Here you register project. After registration, at the institutional level, you register the project. Then you approve that project, that is fine. Then you proceed with the exemption request. So here you apply for exemption, but the law requires that exemption to go through the sector ministry for approval. So the system will direct you your request direct to the responsible ministry. For example, if you are implementing a project with the TAN road, okay, and maybe it's a construction project, then the request will be channeled direct to the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Works will submit to TRA. So it will depend on how expedite the applicant will do, but for TRA, for us, the law gives us 30 days to issue exemption, but in practice, we do it within 7 to 10 days. Okay. So, but also we have a menu for amendment. When you apply for exemption, there are some items that may be not foreseen, but during the implementation of the project, then you may be required to amend so that you include other items that were not included in the exemption certificate issued by TRA. So you can amend. But there are other situations whereby you need to add the other services, or you need to add the subcontractors. If you are a main contractor, you engage a subcontractor, and you need that subcontractor also to enjoy that exemption, because the law allows. You can also amend. Sometimes your time for implementation of project may expire while the project is still going on, so you need to extend the exemption certificate so that that validity period also to be extended. So there is amendment. So you can do that. we need time to go through one procedure after another, but with this chunk of time that we have now, at least to demonstrate that's how exemption is obtained. And at the same time for utilization, you click utilization, then you provide the certificate number. If it is local utilization, it means you are procuring all items locally here, then you proceed with the address. But if you have some items you procure outside the country, means you are importing them, then you proceed with the customs system, that is TANSYS. But because TANSYS and the address, they are now integrated, it means you don't need to print all the document from address. You just go with certificate number to the system relating to importation, and then after you provide the certificate number, that system, all information will be retrieved in the customs system. So you proceed with the clearance under exemption. Also, if you have exemption granted by the Ministry of Finance, excise duty, VAT, corporate tax, and the others, so those exemption will be registered within IDRAS. And now TRA is responsible to register all the exemptions. We just communicate with the Ministry of Finance, and they give us all the information relating to exemptions that are granted. We register them. So for you is to come and utilize. So you come with maybe specific number. If it is government notice, you come with government notice number. Then you proceed with the utilization. The same for other exemption granted by TCESA through EPZ and SCZ schemes. You can come and utilize through IDRAS. And whenever you initiate the process, we have a tracking system here. You can track every stage to see where your request has reached. And once it is approved, then you get even the notification through your phone or through the emails. You proceed with the other stage. So that is tax relief and exemption in short. It has a lot of issues, but we cannot cover with this time that we have. Another system I have to demonstrate is private and class loading. We have said that the last question where the law might have a gap on addressing a certain issue or a certain transaction. So in that scenario, before you proceed with the transaction, you may seek guidance from the Commissioner General. So the Commissioner General will issue the ruling for you as an individual or as a company regarding a certain issue relating to tax law. And that ruling will be the law for that time until the law is changed. Okay? But that is known as private ruling. Private ruling, it means as a company, you just request a loan. But if you are a group of companies dealing with a similar situation, then you request for a class ruling. Okay? A class ruling, it means it shall be a ruling of a Commissioner General for a class of people or class of taxpayers. So in that one, where previously before IDRAS being done manually, but now you do it through the system. So that system will help you on how to apply and get the ruling from the Commissioner General. So that is short I can say about that one. But also the last module I needed to talk about is the objection and appeal. We have said that tax laws allows the taxpayer to object to any decision by Commissioner General. So if the Commissioner General has denied you, for example, exemption, and you think you qualify for exemption, you can object. So there are procedures to undertake, but now you do it through the system. You don't need to write letter or to compile number of documents submitted to TRA. You come to IDRAS, then you apply for or objection with a specific decision that the Commissioner General has made towards your taxi affairs. So the system will allow also Commissioner General to determine your objection according to the law, and then you shall get notification that the decision of the Commissioner General regarding your objection has been issued, and then if you don't agree with that decision, again, you go to appeal. You appeal to Taxi Appeal Tribunal, Taxi Appeal Board. We have a specified institution known as Tax Appeal Board, whereby through the system you shall proceed to appeal to that board. And then once you are not also satisfied with the objection, with the decision of the board, then you go to other forum, that is Tax Appeal Tribunal, and finally at the Court of Appeal. So we have such avenue for taxpayer for easy of determining or settling the dispute that may arise between TRA and the taxpayer. So also the last question, the Commissioner General has said that if you want to object, then you need to pay some amount of money, that is either a certain percent of the taxable amount or any tax which is not in dispute. But the last question where you can apply for waiver. You apply for waiver so that you don't pay that amount. If you have sufficient reason, then the Commissioner General will determine the waiver and allow you to object without making payment or paying a sum of money that is not exactly what you would have paid without a waiver. So we shall see here application for waiver. You can apply for waiver. And also we have time extension. These appeal procedures, objection procedures, they are managed or administered with specified period of time. So, for example, if the Commissioner General has made a decision on your taxi affairs, then you can object within 30 days. But there are situations whereby within those 30 days, you be in a position not able to object. So you can apply for extension of time by providing sufficient reason, and the Commissioner General will allow you just to file your objection, albeit out of time. So with this nutshell, I would like to welcome my colleague to proceed with the other modules that I have not explained. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Desim Mgombezi, TRA officer from Domestic Revenue Department, member for IDRAS team. I'll explain briefly in some of module, which is under IDRAS. As my colleague has been done an introduction to the IDRAS, then I'll go straight to the system. So I'll log in the system. After logging in the system will land at this page, which is my portal. Under my portal, there are several functions you can share, you can do here. One of the functions is to change the password of the system. If you want to change the password, you come here, then under password you can change your password. Also, we have my information. If you want to see all the information under this session, it means you come here, the system will require you to enter the password, then you receive the information of that session you are logging. Here are different messages from TRI. If there is any communication, you will see here. We have another submenu is search. Here you can search maybe menu. We have public notes, knowledge management, and the frequency asked question. So you can search here through IDRAS. Another is a help desk. This one is also used to communicate with the TRI. Specifically, it goes to IDRAS team. If you enter in this mail, it means you write to TRI, and IDRAS people will respond to you straight by clicking new, and then you'll key in all the information required and submit to TRI, and TRI will assist you through this window. Another submenu is about information. This is all about the due date for filing a difference return. And another one is community. Here you go to different maybe public notes, knowledge management, sharing, you get here also. Here is the user guide. You can see the user guide about my portal. And at each module, we have user guide for each module. So I'm going to another module. Is about registration. Here is where taxpayer can apply for the entity TIN. But for those entities which are not registered through BLELA, right? So you can apply for the TIN. Also, under this one, you can do amendment of the TIN information. As you can see, we have administrator of the estate of the deceased. You can apply here. We have entity here. Under entity, you can apply entity for those entities which are not registered under BLELA. And we have another submain is tax consultant. Here you see your tax consultant. Another main is taxpayer management. Here we have, you can amend also your information through this window. As you can see, some of the field, they have, you can able to edit this information. Also, we have appointment. For instance, you want to appoint a declarant or entity admin, you come through the registration module and go to the appointment. Then you will see the menu will be open. If I change this session, because it is my session, but if I select the entity session and go straight to the registration module, then taxpayer management and appointment system will allow you to appoint, as you can see here, right? Also, for instance, if your team is a tax consultant or is a auditing firm, then you can see an invitation through this window and accept those invitation. We have another menu under registration module is license management. Under license management, we have some of the company which produce excisable product. So you use this window to apply for a license. Also, we have those mining company. Because mining company, during filing of the return of income, they have their own return. So if you are a mining company, you need to key in your license information through this window so that you can get the return of income for mining and petroleum also. This is about registration. Another module is return filing and assessment. Under this menu, there are different sub-menu, as you can see here. Under tax return and declaration, we have tax return dashboard. Under this one, it shows just summary of the return filed, return assessment paid, and total debit number, and due date also of your return. Another sub-menu is due date extension. Here is the due date extension for filing the return as a requirement of the law. For instance, you won't be able to file the return at the specified due date, then you can request for the due date. And after clicking new due date, apply for due date extension, the system will populate all unfiled return which are qualifying for the due date application. Then you can click here, you can apply for the extension. And another sub-menu is applied due date extension. Here you can see those applied due date extension. Another sub-menu, we have tax certificate. Here you can see the withholding tax certificate as withholder or withholdee. Another sub-menu is manage tax return. Here is where we do declaration for payee also for foreign tax credit, also unrealized loss. You do declaration under this menu. So upon approval, it means system will retrieve during filing of the return. For instance, for foreign tax credit, if you have applied for foreign tax credit, and TRA has been approved those foreign tax credit, then during filing of return of income, system will retrieve from this menu. Also, the same applied to unrealized loss. If you have applied for unrealized loss, then TRA also will approve. Upon approval, then during filing of the return of income, system will retrieve automatically through this window. We have mining operation grouping. Here, for those who are conducting mining operation, if you have several mining licenses, you need to group those mining licenses if are under the same block or if are under different blocks, so that during filing of the return, system will retrieve this information and will populate the respective form based on this grouping. We have another sub-menu, which is the payee. Under payee, we have employee management. Under employee management, here is where we do declaration of our employee and their salary by adding employee, also by removing employee. Also, we have employee batches. After adding employees in the employee management, if you want to pay the payee, you need to create the batch. This is the second stage where you create a batch under this menu, and the system will retrieve those information from the employee management. And then you can request for control number under this menu. Here we have another sub-menu under payee, submitted application for removal of primary employment. There are some employees have been employed in other companies, but they have shifted to another company. So if they want to be removed as a primary employee to that previous employer, it means you submit a request through this window. Another sub-menu is withholding tax. Here is where we do declaration of withholding tax and make payment accordingly. Another is gaming tax. Under gaming tax is here we do management of gaming tax facilities. In order to file the return of gaming tax, you need to need to manage your facility. Another one is bed night levy. This is for those with a hotel which are under Tourism Act mentioned by the Minister of Tourism, and they are required to file the return, the bed night return. So you come here and manage your accommodation facility based on nature of your accommodation facility. Another one is VAT. Under VAT, here is where we do declaration for credit note and debit note. For instance, maybe there are some goods which was returned by your customer, then you can request for instance, the taxpayer, your customer returned goods while your return was VAT return was filed in previous, including of the amount which the product was returned. So you needed to come here and do declaration, and the customer will approve that declaration. Upon approval, then the system automatically during filing of the VAT return will retrieve this information and reduce your tax liability. Another one is excise duty, where you can apply for remission of and rebate for those who are dealing with the excisable product. Another sub-menu is unfiled return. Here is where we find the unfiled return, then you can proceed with the filing of those return. Another one is draft return. Here is where those saved return which are not yet submitted to TRA can be found, and you can proceed with the filing of that return. Another one is filed return. Here you can see all your filed return, and you can see also the assessment, acknowledgement, and the submitted return. Another one is assessment. Under assessment, you can see all your return, including all your assessment, including those adjusted assessment. You can see under this menu. We have another one, stamp duty declaration. There are some instruments which are required to be to pay for stamp duty. So you come here and do declaration. You attach your instrument, then you submit. The system will generate control number, and upon payment, the attached document will be marked that the stamp duty is paid, and you can get your certificate, a stamp duty certificate. Another one is the single installment payment, which include foreign going vessel. We have capital gain and sale of forestry produce. Under foreign going vessel, it means those who are dealing with foreign going vessel, then they can do the declaration through this window. Another one is capital gain, where maybe you own building or you own share, you want to transfer, you use this window to do declaration. Another one is about the forest produce. Also, you do declaration through this window. Here is lump sum payment declaration for those employee who has been terminated to the company. You can do, and there are some compensation which need to be paid to that employee. You do declaration through this window. This is about return filing. Another is remission of interest and penalty. Under remission of interest and penalty, this menu allows you to apply for remission of interests and penalty. Maybe you you filed the return, certain return rate, then you have a penalty. So you can apply for waiver of that penalty and interest. Another module is debt management and compliance. Here is where we can apply for tax clearance. Also, we can see the demand notes. For instance, you have arrears, the tax arrears. So you can see the demand notes here. You can see agents notes. If there is any charged asset, also you can see through this window. To apply for tax clearance, you come to the compliance and monitoring. Here you can apply for tax clearance. Also, tax residence certificate is applied through this window. If there is any notice of offense issued to you, then you can see the list here of those offense. Also, seizure note you can find here. Another module is about refund application. Yes. We have VAT refund as well as other tax refund. It means for VAT refund, you have, as per requirement of the law, for regular trader, it means you have a net negative balance for 6 consecutive months. So you can apply for the VAT refund. But for exporter, they can apply the VAT refund on monthly basis for exporter only. So the application for VAT refund, you will use this window to apply for the VAT refund, as you can see. Also, diplomat, they can apply through this window for the refund. If you have other tax which have been overpaid, it means you will apply through the window for other tax refund. Also, we have wrong payment refund. Then you can see through this window. I think for today, I can end here. Thank you so much for your concentration.
好，非常感谢两位的精彩的讲解。接下来呢，根据会议的整体安排，我们将进入接下来的一个专题交流环节。在此呢，我们仅对坦桑尼亚税务总局各位领导和官员今天出席的支持表示衷心的感谢。Kwa kufuatilia taratiba ya mkutano, sasa tunaingia katika sehemu ifuatayo ya majadiliano na ya nyingine. Kwa niaba ya waandaji, tunatoa shukrani za dhati kwa viongozi na maafisa wa mamlaka ya mapato Tanzania na uwepo na mchango wao muhimu wa leo。各位领导的分享和专业指导，其实是为企业提供了非常宝贵的政策解读和实践参考。Miongozo na ufafanuzi wa sera uliotolewa leo umetoa rejea muhimu sana na makampuni yote yaliyoshiriki。由于各位领导后面还有公务安排，所以我们在此对各位表示诚挚的感谢，并致以良好的祝愿。Kutokana na majukumu mengine ya kikazi yaliyopo mbele ya viongozi wetu, kwa hiyo tunapenda kuwashukuru kwa dhati na kuwatakia kila la heri。那就让我们以热烈的掌声感谢并欢送坦桑尼亚税务总局的各位领导和官员。Tafadhali tuwapigie makofi kuwashukuru na kuwaaga viongozi na maafisa wa TRA. Tunashukuru sana. Na kaka Mteri, tunashukuru sana. Asante. Shukrani sana. Muwe na siku njema.各位来宾，接下来呢，我们的交流将更加聚焦于企业在实际经营中的具体的问题和案例的分享。Waheshimiwa wageni, sehemu inayofuata ikajikita zaidi katika masuala ya vitendo na uzoefu wa makampuni katika uendeshaji wao wa kila siku. 我们今天活动的协办方 Oasis 集团呢，也将为大家提供进一步的专题讲解与交流支持。Kwa hiyo mdhamini mwenza wa mkutano wa leo Oasis Group pia watatoa maelezo ya ziada ya kusaidia katika majadiliano haya. 希望通过这一环节呢，能够帮助企业在实际操作层面获得更有针对性的参考与启发。Tunatumaini kupitia sehemu hii makampuni yatapata mwongozo wa vitendo na maarifa yatakayosaidia katika shughuli zao. 所以接下来呢，让我们进入下一个环节，让我们有请 Oasis 集团的成员上台。Sasa tuendelee na sehemu ifuatayo ya program. Tafadhali tuwakaribishe wawakilishi wa Oasis Group kupanda kwenye jukwaa. 让我们有请综合税务问题 Saumu Mdoe, masuala ya jumla ya kodi Saumu Mdoe, 税收优惠与国际税务 Frederick Kachira, vivutio vya kodi na kodi za kimataifa Frederick Kachira, 建筑行业 Constantine Swai, sekta ya ujenzi Constantine Swai. Karibuni.
Good afternoon. So my name is Saumu Mdoe from Oasis. So we'll just go through the general tax issues together with the manufacturing tax exposures. Just very quick because of time. On the general tax issues, we'll have like 8 areas to which we think most of the Chinese companies have high risk exposures, and we'll just like to highlight on them and see on the way forward so as we can reduce the tax risks that the companies might face on paying the high taxes. So on the first part, we have customs valuation and tariff classification. Most of the companies import, and the main problems that we have been seeing with the companies from Chinese is that they either underdeclare the customs value or they use the general HS codes that brings most of the post-clearance audits to have the higher tax assessment compared to what the companies have been paying. So with assuming that the company is importing machines, rather than it using the specific HS code for the machines that it is importing, it uses the general HS code. Now, when the people from TRA, especially the ones dealing with the post-clearance audits, audits the company on the part of customs, that it is be seen that they paid a lower tax compared to what they were supposed to pay, and this brings additional assessments to them because the HS code that they have been using was the wrong HS code, and that they did not use the specific HS code. Also on the customs value, most of the companies have been under declaring the customs value so as they can pay the lower taxes, and this becomes very difficult when they are audited. This is because most of the related companies from China, they are the ones that are importing, or the import is from the parent companies, and instead of them using the market values, they use the normal values that they think will be low, and they'll be paying the lower taxes. And also this has a higher risk because the customs value that will be assessed by TRA will be a lot, which will be higher, or it will be bigger than what the company has declared under the customs system that is TANSIS. So we also have a problem with the import duty and the VAT. Most of the companies are given VAT deferments and the import duties, but luckily enough is that the VAT deferments that they are given, it's either they sell the equipment or they release the equipment before the time that it's supposed to be, and this gives it a tax recovery that they should pay the tax that was deferred at first, rather than, the company has to pay the tax, because if you are given a VAT deferment, you only have 10 years to utilize the equipment before selling it or releasing it. And if in case that you sell or you release it to another party, then we have to recover the VAT at the tune of whatever you are supposed to pay at the time that you're importing or the time that you purchase the equipment. So we'll just be going quick because of time. The other part that we're experiencing will be having a high risk on the tax part it is on the thin capitalization and interest deductibilities. Most of the Chinese companies are financed by high debts compared to whatever equity they have. So this is because the interest deductibility is, they will be deducting a lot of interest in the taxable income. Now, when it comes to TRI, the only ratio that is permissible for interest deductibility is the one that is equal to the debt to equity ratio. Whatever that will be exceeding, it will be disallowed in the tax computation of the taxable income. Now, this becomes a problem to many of the Chinese companies because a lot of their companies are financed by the shareholders' debts. Now, the ratio of debt to equity becomes more high and becomes giving it an interest expenses being higher compared to whatever they are supposed to deduct. Now, if you are deducting expenses that are higher compared to the ratio that is allowable, the remaining part that is over the ratio that is supposed to be deducted will be disallowed when the TRA are computing the taxable income for the company. Now, the corporate tax will be higher compared to whatever corporate tax you declared before when you are filing the returns of income. So what we do is, the ways to mitigate the risk is we should have a balanced debt to equity ratio. You should not be having, or we should just be declaring a balanced debt to equity ratio. Also, we should have the interest that are all, they balance with the market rates that are currently in the market. Also, we should have loan agreements. Most of the companies that have declared loans as part of their debt to equity ratio do not have the loan agreements. This is because they are financed by their related party. Yes, if you're financed by your related parties, you should also have the loan agreements to show that you have the loans that forms part of your debts of the business, or that forms part of the financing part of your business. So the other part that has been a big problem to the Chinese companies, we have under declaration of salaries, especially to the expatriates. Most of the companies have expatriates who are working in Tanzania, but unfortunately, the amounts that they pay within Tanzania is less compared to the number of the ledgers or the financial statements that have been found within their systems, that they pay more of the expatriates that's going back to China companies or China country compared to what has been paid as payee and SDL in the country. Now, what they do is, whatever they find it in their forensic, and does not equivalent to whatever you have declared to their system, they charge, it's either 30% of the pay and SDL with the difference, because what you have done is you have under-declared the salaries you are paying your expatriates. Rather, you have just shifted the salaries your employees or your expatriates have generated within Tanzania. So what we just suggest is, when paying the pay and SDL in the company's payrolls, we should put the actual remunerations that the employees are titled to. If you're paying somebody 1 million, then you should just put it 1 million, rather than just declaring 500,000 and you're actually paying it 1 million. This means that you are under declaring the pay and the SDL that you are filing to TRA. So the other part that has been a big part to the Chinese companies is on the dual financial statements. Most of the companies have maintained 2 sets of financial statements. Now, the ones that are filed to TRA have the lower numbers compared to whatever the investigators, because many of these cases have been under tax investigation system. Now, if you compare the forensic data that show the high numbers of the financial statements have high figures compared to whatever has been declared to TRA and has been charged the corporate tax, it's because maybe they have maintained the set because of loan purposes, or maybe it's because the groups in China are the ones requiring them to maintain the financial statements. Now the problem comes is, if they find it, they are all signed, they are all audited by the certified public auditors. Now what they do is they charge the financial statement with the higher numbers, assuming that you have under-declared the sales or the profits that you have maintained or generated in Tanzania. Now that gives a problem, because if the numbers you have prepared, it's only for the loans that you are supposed to be getting from the people or from the parties outside the country, then you will be charged according to the higher figures you have in between the both financial statements you have filed. This comes together with the penalties and fines, and this has been the most recent cases that we have been seeing under investigation cases under Chinese companies. So my colleagues from TRA have also spoke about IDRAS system, but mainly on the IDRAS system is on the TIN for non-resident companies, especially when you want to pay the suppliers. We also have a place in the IDRAS system where one can make a registration for the non-resident companies or suppliers to whom they want to deduct withholding taxes. There is also a place that you can generate the withholding taxes for the supplier you're making payments to. So on the dividend distribution, many companies retain profits instead of declaring dividends. This is often to avoid the 10% dividend, and the provisions of the Income Tax Act as amended of the 2023 says if no dividend is distributed within 12 months after year end, the commissioner may deem 30% of profit as distributed. So before, company used to retain the profit that they earned at the end of the year, but currently after the Finance Act of 2025, the commissioner has the laws were just amended, saying that after every 12 months after the filing of the financial statements, companies have to distribute the dividends that they have get within the financial year of the respective financial year. So otherwise, if you don't distribute the dividends, then the commissioner would just charge the 30% corporate tax as if the profits were distributed. So the other part is on the cash flow analysis. So most of the companies have, I can just give a scenario. Most of the businesses that occur recently is that the suppliers or the customers are not depositing the payments directly to the company's bank accounts. Now it gives a problem when doing the cash flow analysis, because if the payments are made to some of the directors' accounts or the employees' accounts, This means that you are declaring the sales that you have been making the whole year. When you do the cash flow analysis, most of the sales that have been made by the company will not be balancing with whatever the company has earned, just because the companies give out the bank accounts that are not for the people, or are not for the company. Instead, what they do is they give out the bank accounts for the directors or for the employees. And for the most of times now, TRA have realized this. Now, a person can just be coming as a customer and ask for the bank accounts. Now, if you don't know that person, you just give them withhold the bank accounts, the number of the bank accounts that you have, not knowing that if you have provided them with the director's bank account or an employee's bank account, and they just notice, then they will know that it's like you are hiding the sales that you have been making, and you are declaring lower sales compared to whatever you are making under the year of income that is provided. Now we just suggest that if you have bank accounts that are related to the company, it's better you use them rather than using the director's bank account or the employee's bank account, because it becomes difficult when we have investigations and many of the deposits are seen that are made to the directors instead of the company. We also have creditors and payable analysis. Most of the Chinese companies do importation, but when we make analysis of the creditors and payable that have been made, it does not correlate with whatever they have declared in the TANSIS or in their books that they maintain. This because that they can be importing, they can have a lot of creditors in their financial statements, but the number of the sales that they have declared does not equal to the creditors or the payables that they have in their financial statements. This means that they have imported the goods, they have sold the goods, and rather they don't want to be seen that they have paid the supplier, because if you have a lot of creditors, this means that you have bought goods in credit and you still have to be paying your supplier. So what TRA will be doing is they will just, if they make the analysis of the creditors and they see that it does not balance to the opening creditors plus the payments that have been done does not equal to the closing creditors or payables. This means that you have paid the suppliers, but you don't want to disclose it, and the materials that you have imported, or whether the machines that you have imported have used to produce the final product, you have sold them, and yet you did not want to disclose them in the financial statement. Now they will calculate it and charge the 30% as undeclared sales. So that was very quick on the general issues that we saw. They are cross-cutting on the Chinese companies, and we thought it would be wise if we could just share the insights and see on the way forward on the general tax issues. So on the other part, we'll just be going quick on the manufacturing. So, as we all know, many of the Chinese companies are dealing with manufacturing, construction, and mining. So I'll just be going through the manufacturing industry and the key tax risks that face manufacturing industry. One among the key risks that have been facing the manufacturing industry is the input-output analysis. So here, what has been the problem is the raw materials or the inputs used by the company in producing the final product does not equal to the closing materials or the closing inputs that the company has declared. It's either the company has made the output and did not clear the sales, or it's either the company has a lot of closing stock and has declared less of the closing stocks in the company. Now when TRA come and do the analysis, when they check on whatever you have imported, it's either the raw materials or other inputs that are used to produce the final product, or whatever you have purchased locally through the EFDMS system, and whatever you have declared as sales, they assume and they want to know that whatever has been declared in the financial statement will be equal to the raw materials and the final products you have declared. Now the problem comes with the raw materials that we import and the ones that we purchase locally within the country. they do not equal to whatever has been declared as part of the sales by the company, or rather, it does not equal to whatever the company has declared as closing stock. It's either closing stock of raw materials, closing stock of finished goods, or work in progress. Now, this becomes a problem because raw materials might be, some companies might be incurring losses, but they do not justify the losses that they have incurred, or they don't incur losses, but they have used the raw materials to produce, but they did not declare it as part of the sales of the company. Now, the problem comes with, if so happens and you cannot justify your production losses, now the variance will be charged as undeclared sales. Now, the variance from the raw materials or from the outputs you have made will be charged 30% as undeclared sales plus the interest and penalties for under-declaring the sales. But on how can we just justify the production losses that the company incurs? First is having the documents for the losses. Some of the companies just, when they prepare their production reports, they also have a column with the losses. They justify on how each step of production has made them incur a certain loss. Now, at the end of the day, it will be very easy to verify that with these raw materials that I have imported or that I have incurred, I've just got 10% or 1% of the losses in my production. Now, it will be easy for TRA for you to justify in TRA. Otherwise, if you have incurred an abnormal loss, it's better to inform TRA at earlier stages or take photos, because abnormal losses occur if you're supposed to be earning, to be having 1% of the losses in your production, and currently you have only 5% loss, that's an abnormal loss. Now, to justify the losses, to take photos and notify TRA as quick as possible for them to verify the losses before the examination, audits, or other investigation processes that they have to take. So, the audit focus for current years from last year, and as we are moving on, TRA are visiting the factory premises and they want to know the whole process of the production that the company does. From the stock taking place, from the stores on how the production is done to the final stage of production. Now, if they all know these processes, they can use only one key material to test the whole production. And in case they find out there is a variance and you cannot justify the variance, they will assume that the variance it is the part of the sales that you have made to produce the final output, and you have not declared that sales to the system or to the authority. Now, what we suggest is, during the current audits that are taking place, it's better that the companies have in place in the production reports and whatever raw material or processes that will help them to track during the audit processes that TRA are currently doing. So in taking into account the production processes and the current audits that TRA are doing, the stock taking and the anomaly verification also happens during the audits and post-clearance audits. Is that we find it very hard to justify that there are missing stocks or there is an overstated stock in the financial statements that does not correlate with the numbers we have submitted to TRA. Or it's neither that we cannot justify why do we have less stock while there is no loss, or there is no output or work in progress that we declared during the financial year of that company. Now, the best compliance for us to do is that the company should be maintaining the stock movement sheets. Whatever comes in, whatever is used in the production, and whatever is produced as an output and sold, it should be maintained so as to track the stocks that are used by the company, so as to know exactly what the company will be maintaining at the end of the year and what exactly the company has used to produce a certain output at the whole year of the financial statement. We also advise companies to do regular physical stock verifications, as it helps to reconcile the variances that will be in between, not just waiting for the last time minutes to do the stock verification. If there's a place that you have missed at in the middle, it will be very hard to notice what was the problem of the stock to have the variances. But if the company does the regular physical stock verification, it will be very easy to notice where the problem is, and perhaps the reconciliation can be made on time. Also, on the stock part, we recommend documentation. A lot of documentation has to be done. So if you cannot justify whatever you are supporting to a TRI with documents, relevant documents, then there's no way you can say that you have incurred that loss or you have that problem without documentation. So a lot of documentation has to be done by companies in order to avoid these stock problems and stock problems that the companies have been maintaining or the companies have been getting over and over. So on the IDRAS part, so this is unique. It has just been introduced by the TRA. So they'll be tracking stock. The companies are supposed to be declaring their stocks, the opening stocks at every period of the opening period of the financial year. It's either the raw materials or finished goods. Now, if you are declaring stock on IDRAS, this means that the whole process of your production will be traced. Because if you're importing, most of your, not most in fact, it's all of your importation will be tracked in the TANSYS system, but also if you're producing locally, your EFDMS purchasers will be tracked. Now, if they can do all this tracing of the stock from the, whatever you have declared as your opening stock, whatever you have purchased from foreign countries or locally, and whatever you will be reporting as your closing stock, and if they find it, they have variances, then they'll just know if you don't have either of the losses that you have reported or you can justify, then the variance is caused by the undeclared sales that you have made and you have not reported as part of your sales in the company. So if the companies, if there are any of the companies that have started reporting, have started making their stock analysis within this period, we just urge you that whatever you declare when the module for stock movement that will be shared by TRA, whatever you'll be declaring it in the system, you have to make sure that it will be the same with whatever you'll be declaring in your systems. So you should not have different numbers. You should not have different numbers in the IDRA system, and you should not have different numbers in your system. Whatever you have in the system, we should be the same as whatever you are managing in your account systems. So this will just resolve the problems of the stock taking during the audits, the stock movements analysis during the audits. So whatever you have to declare in the IDRA system, you have to make sure it's whatever you have in stock and or whatever you have used for production. Otherwise, then this will be treated as undeclared sales that you have made and you have not paid tax for. So on the excise duty, this goes in hand with the companies that are manufacturing exercisable goods. Now, for the part of excise duty is that TRA do not assess the excise duty on the volume of sales you have made. This is because they use the production, the quantity of the good that will produce the final output. Now, if you have variances in your raw materials, they will not calculate backwards to see what output would you produce. Rather, they will use the variance of the quantity that was supposed to produce the final goods to calculate the excise duty. Now, for the excise duty, it's very high because it contains the, like I can say for example on the drinks, the juice and the sodas. Now, if you are to use maybe 1 ton of colors to produce maybe 1,000 cartons of soda, now they will just charge the excise duty on the quantity that is missed or has the variance on. Now, the tax exposure is that they will charge excise duty together with the penalties and fines that are onto it because they assume you have used the materials, the raw materials to produce the excisable goods that went to the market and you did not pay the excisable duty on that. We have volume discounts and commission exposures. Many of the companies do provide volume discounts to their customers, but the problem is when you provide the volume discount to your customers, the part of the discount that you provide, it's termed as commission and it should be charged withholding tax. There is a case that was ruled by the Court of Appeal, Serengeti Breweries. If you can get time, you can just go through it. There was because of the volume discount and the commission exposures that the company has been offering volume discount because of the bulk purchases to its customers, but it was not withholding the 5% as its commission. Now the discounts on bulk purchases are treated as commission and they are subject to the 5% withholding tax, and EFD receipts must reflect the full discounted values. Now if you're providing the discount, then you should also provide with the EFD receipts that accompanies the discount that you are providing to the customers. Now the risk, there is a misreported discount trigger that would add to additional assessments. Also the penalties and the interests together with the increased audit exposures to the missing documentation that have been made. So the last part, I think it's on the other direct and overhead costs. Many of the companies incur direct and overhead costs, but they cannot support the costs that they have. You can find that on the expenses that the company have, it's like 1 billion, but they can only support to a tune of 500 or 600. The rest of the part that is not supported will be disallowed. This is because the current Finance Act, the 2025 Finance Act, has just said whatever purchases that has to be made, it has to be supported by electronic fiscal device. Now, if you cannot support your expenses with the EFD receipts, then the expenses that you are incurring will be disallowed because the 2025 Finance Act was amended to that. Now, if you are doing any of the purchases, make sure that you are provided with the EFD receipts in order to support your expenses for them not to be disallowed. Now, if they are disallowed, this means that there is an increase in the corporate tax because the taxable income will just be reduced. So that was the part of manufacturing and general tax issues that many of the Chinese companies are facing, and I would like to welcome my colleagues to proceed with the construction together with international taxation and transfer pricing.
Yeah. Also, before proceeding, we can amplify some of the issues particularly in production. Before filing the financial statement, to minimize the tax exposure, we need to reconcile it from, as my colleague explained, I'm just amplifying the matter, because this is the area where TRA, they are coming with a lot of taxes. Therefore, before filing the financial statements, it's very crucial to make sure that we reconcile between our input and output. If it's a raw material, maybe 1 kg of sugar is resulting to 1 bottle, maybe 10 liters of Coca-Cola. Therefore, we should reconcile this input-output analysis very clear. In the case of any challenge, you may come to us, we will advise you accordingly. But if you will not test the production ratios from raw materials to outputs, TRA nowadays, they are coming with big figures. It's better to test, it's better to discuss, it's better to benchmark with international standard. And if you have any abnormal losses, better to report it to TRA that, see, this month maybe there is a material loss, material damages. Therefore, it will help during testing of normal ratios for your production to have abnormal ratios. That means you have already reported the loss before TRA coming. Therefore, we advise, particularly in manufacturing, to test the input-output analysis. This will reduce a lot of tax exposure, which other Chinese companies they are facing right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Frederick Achira from Oasis Financial Services Limited. I am heading the International Taxation Unit, and I will, for the sake of time, I'll do my best to make it quick, but to make it meaningful so that we can have the impact we intended you to have today. So it is an obvious fact that by your presence here, there is an increase in foreign direct investments in the country. And as it has been discussed before when the commissioners were here, and by my colleagues the same, and also by TRA, TRA is taking a new shape. So there is a change in focus in the areas of taxation. There is a change in focus also in the riskiest areas in taxation of a company in general. So now, with all due respect, I would like to speak that TRA's focus now has been increasingly in the areas of international taxation, because most of these entities which are from China, which you all represent, some of them are state-owned, some of them are incorporated in Tanzania, some of them are privately owned, but they have come here to extend their reach. So I would say maybe they have been opened here as branches and some of them as subsidiaries. So whenever there is a transaction, or whenever occurs a transaction between the Tanzanian entity and its subsidiary or its related party in China, you are now, or you have now entered the scope of, or the scrutiny of international taxation and transfer pricing related issues. And so that is what I will cover today with this given time. So this short representation will cover the transfer pricing issues in Tanzania, common compliance issues faced by multinational companies, and practical solutions to reduce tax risks. So for those who would like to pursue further this knowledge, you can check the Income Tax Act, the Tax Administration Act, the Tax Administration TP regulations of 2018, the TRA's TP guidelines of 2020, the OECD TP guidelines for multinational enterprises, the UN Practical Manual and TP for developing countries, and DTA's double taxation agreements. All these are the ones that cover the scope of international taxation and transfer pricing related matters for entities and also for tax administrators. But not to give you so much of a burden, we have done our best at Oasis Financial Services to read and create practical or guiding manuals whenever you want to maneuver through international taxation issues and transfer pricing related matters. So you're welcome for any further education, and we'll give you or we'll pass you through exactly what the Income Tax Act and other guidelines need whenever you're about to transact internationally. So in a summarized manner, international taxation issues and transfer pricing issues can fall within these four areas. Number one is cross-border transactions or intercompanies transactions with respect to the supply of goods, or with respect to the supply of goods, because service is another area. So an example, a short one, is a company that is operating in Tanzania might decide to purchase some construction equipment that are really not sold within Tanzania from its parent company in China, or may desire to import construction equipment, manufacturing equipment from its parent company or subsidiary company in China or in any other part of the world. So whenever we speak about cross-border supply or intercompany supply of goods, then we have entered into the scope or the net of international NTP issues. The second one could be the intragroup services arrangements. Nowadays, as we move on to soft skills, to digitalized ways of managing things, most of the things that are being done in the subsidiaries, for example, for a company or in a company in Tanzania, can actually be managed by its parent company or its subsidiary company in another part of the globe. Take it, for example, a company here is maintaining an information technology system, but that information technology system is being maintained at a whole group level by a parent company, which is in China, which is in Japan, or whichever country that we can decide to state. So whenever there is such an arrangement of exchange of services between a subsidiary company and its related parent company, or between a company in Tanzania and its other company in a different part of the globe, then we have entered into the intra-group services arrangement that also bring the scrutiny of international taxation and transfer pricing issues. The other one, and which is one of the most growing one also, is when we have intra-group financing transactions. Because as we speak of the flow of FDIs come in different manner. One of them could be, they could flow in as shareholders' loan to their related parties in Tanzania. Or they could come, for example, as capital assistance or working capital assistance from a parent company to its branch in Tanzania. So whenever we have a flow of funds from one part of the globe to another part of the globe, then we bring on the intra-group financing transactions, which also pose the scope or pose the scrutiny of international taxation TP-related issues. And the other one is intangible property transactions. And this is true for most of Chinese companies, which some of them use the names that their parent companies are using also in China. So whenever you're using an intellectual property that is not your property and it's based from a different company, then that transaction also has to be scrutinized under the scope of international taxation and TP-related issues. The other areas of which are not listed there, the other areas of financial taxation could be when we speak of double taxation agreements, and also which we'll discuss further, issues related to permanent establishments. So when we first, or if we decide to speak about transfer pricing related issues, in summary, transfer pricing related issues is anything that is concerned with one parent company or one company transacting with another company, given the fact that these entities are associates or they're related in one way or the other. It could be because they share the same shareholding structure. It could be because they are of the same group. It could be because these entities share the same directorship. So any of these connections make these companies associates. So whenever there's a transaction between these entities or between one, two, or more entities which are related, then we have an issue of transfer pricing. And the most important part now in transfer pricing related matters is that the laws, the regulations requires that transactions that are done between related parties have to be done at arm's length. So the most important thing to understand whenever there's a transfer pricing related matter is that have the arm's length principle been adhered to. The arm's length principle is very simple. It states that the conditions of the transactions between associated enterprises be consistent with those that would have been agreed between independent enterprises in comparable circumstances. So whenever you are transacting between related parties, you have to make sure that a sound or the market people, the people who are not related, would have done the transaction in the same manner given the same conditions. So whenever you have adhered to the arm's length principle, then you are out of the scrutiny of transfer pricing related matters. So most of the concerns in TP related issues comes from the non-adherence to the arm's length principle. And that is where we can start with the first risky area, because most of the enterprises that are transacting between one another and which are related, they do not adhere to the arm's length principle. So I'll give you one example. For example, a Chinese HQ charges management and technical services to its Tanzanian subsidiary at a rate of 4% of the project revenue, while independent firms charge only 1.2% for similar services. The transaction will be deemed to have failed the arm's length test, and TRA and any other regulatory authority will resort to do any adjustments so that this transaction can become at arm's length and so that the fair share of taxes can be collected. Another example could be, imagine a Sino Tanzanian Motors Limited, which is a Chinese-owned company incorporated in Tanzania, develops and owns a Sino Ride brand, logo, and technical designs. This, in other can be defined as an intellectual property. And its subsidiary, which is in Brazil, freely uses the entire Sinoride brand and IP for the vehicle assembly and sales, but no royalty or license fee is paid to the Tanzanian parent, but the third-party owner would charge a royalty fee of 3 to 5% of the net sales. So that outright, that transaction has failed the arm's length test, and the TRA will resort to adjust this transaction accordingly so that the fair share of taxes can be collected in Tanzania. So what is the solution, which is very effective in testing if your transaction is at arm's length? The first and the most important part, but yet I repeat again, these things, they might seem new or complicated, but we welcome you to Oasis Financial Services Limited, where we can explain much in detail. So the first thing you're supposed to do is to do the FAR analysis, which is the summary or the short form of the functions, assets, and risk analysis. So every party to the transaction has to make sure they have done a clear FAR analysis so that they can understand the roles that have been played by every party in the transaction. The second one is the accurate benefit test. Every party to the transaction has to make sure that they are benefited from the transaction that is being carried out between these related parties, so that the TRA or any other revenue authority could not assume, or that they would not assume that this is merely just a pass-through way of costs, or maybe it is just a base erosion or profit shifting scheme that is being carried out by related parties. The third one is to allocate or to clearly determine the proper cost drivers and cost allocation keys. And this is one of the very most important things that have to be done whenever related parties transactions are being carried out. So whenever there is a cost that a HQ or a parent company or a service offering company is charging to the other related party enterprise, they must make sure that they've properly defined the key areas that result to the cost that is being charged. For example, it could be a revenue-based, it could be revenue as the cost drive or allocation key. Maybe if we're speaking about the use of intellectual properties, like the previous example I just showed you, that an entity is using the IP for another entity freely without charging any fee. So the right cost allocation drive for the use of an IP of this kind is usually a percentage on the net sales, because the IP is the one that is stimulating the sales that a company is making. But different cost allocation drivers and keys are applied based on the transaction. Some of them could be headcount, some of them could be project value, some of them could be anything that is determined by these parties that are transacting that is reasonable to say this is the reason why we are charging a certain amount of cost. Number 4 is to perform a proper comparability analysis, that you must make sure you have compared what unrelated parties would have done in a similar transaction. The other one is to choose the right transfer pricing method. Of course, these are more technical, that will be freely to explain for all those who would like to understand more. Number 6 is to set arm's length prices. That is the most crucial part, that after you have done number 1 to number 5, then you have to set the price that you really strongly believe that unrelated parties would also agree to the same prices. So that is when you can demonstrate or prove to the TRA that no tax has been lost from their end. Number 7 is to have robust documentation to prove that all your transactions, all the tests that have been spoken from number 1 to number 6 have been done properly. So these TP documentations are the ones that clearly demonstrate what was supposed to be done has been done properly, and TRA can agree with the transactions and the prices that have been set between related parties. Number 8, which is very important for, of course, for companies that have continuously or regular intercompany transactions, they could file or apply for an advanced pricing agreement so that they can avoid any future tax adjustments by TRA. So this works, for example, when each year a company is having adjustments by the TRA on the related party transaction that they have been doing. So to fix the prices beforehand, they can apply for an advanced pricing agreement, which is a document that explains, and it's an agreement between the TRA and the taxpayer that explains how every related party transaction should be treated and how it can be deemed to be at arm's length. Number 8 and number 9 and number 10 speak about basically the same thing, that they should be proper and regular reviews and annual benchmarking and adjustments should be done to make sure that the transactions have been at arm's length every part of the year. Number 2, risky area when we speak of transfer pricing related matters is duplicative services. So a transaction can be at arm's length but can be duplicative. A duplicative transaction is any that is repeating itself without adding any value. Take this for example, a company in Tanzania has been audited by Oasis Financial Services, PwC, or any likes of service providers. But at the same time, the parent company from China brings its own auditors to audit the same company for the same financial year. So TRA will deem this service as a duplicative service because no different value is being added to that through the audit by the parent company, because there had already been another independent service provider to have done the same service. So after making sure that your transaction at arm's length, then you must make sure that they are not duplicative in nature, because any duplicative service in nature shall be disregarded as per the TRA's regulation of the transfer pricing. So a solution to a duplicative service is actually very simple. You have to make sure you are able to demonstrate that any service that is being done duplicatively on any entity has a value adding that is more or that is different to the service that had already been rendered before. So you just have to demonstrate that what I'm doing or what is being done to the subsidiary is above and beyond what other service provider has done. And number 3 is transfer pricing documentation, which is a very basic thing, but a very dire or detrimental requirement if it is not there too. So the Regulation 7, the transfer pricing regulations of 2018 of the TRA, requires that every company that has conducted related party transaction during the year of income that have exceeded 10 billion Tanzanian shillings per year, they have to prepare a contemporaneous transfer pricing documentation. And the penalty for not preparing and filing the TP documentation is 3,500 currency points, which currently is equivalent to 70 million Tanzanian shillings. So it's a mere document that, if not filed in time and as requested, can result to a dire penalty of 3,500 currency points. So it is basically very important that before any end of the year of income or before any time of filing the filing the return of income, an entity has to assess if their transactions have exceeded 10 or they have reached 10 billion Tanzanian shillings per year, and if they have, then they have to make sure that they file their return of income together with the prepared TP documentation. So the Regulation 7 itself also offers the way or offers the structure of the TP document. The first one is they need to see the business and group overview, where a company explains itself from the group level to its individual level. Number 2, they have to explain the controlled transactions that they have been doing during the year of income. And when we say, or when we use the terminology controlled transaction, we actually mean these are those transactions that have been done in a controlled environment. And when we say controlled environment, we mean in an environment where these parties are associated. So the opposite of controlled transactions is actually uncontrolled transactions. That's when these transactions are done in a condition where it is determined by market forces. So number 2 is the requirement you have to explain the nature of the controlled transactions, the volumes and the value of these controlled transactions, and the pricing strategies that have been applied during the conduction of this controlled transaction. Number 3 is that you have to perform the FAR analysis, which I've just spoken about before. And number 4, you must make sure that you have every document and every TP testing methodology in hand. But of course, we welcome you to Oasis Financial Services so that we can help you whenever you are required to prepare TP documentation. In summary, the BEPS model, which is the OECD guideline, requires that a TP documentation can be in 3 layers. The first one is the transfer pricing master file. A TP master file covers the group level transaction and business activities and global transfer pricing policies. It covers the whole group structure on TP-related issues. So, for example, a company in Tanzania that has a related party in China and that had been conducting transfer pricing arrangements with a company in China, they can prepare a TP master file, which is being prepared by the group, let's say the company in China, that can demonstrate every transaction that has been carried out in the group. But from that layer, then we can have the transfer pricing local file. The TP local file, which is exactly what TRAs are requesting all the time and which we have just spoken about earlier. A local file is a document that covers a company-specific transfer pricing related matters. So a local file summarizes what a company has been doing during the year with respect to the TP transaction that's done with its related parties. And the other one, and the last one, is the country-by-country reporting. So the country-by-country transfer pricing report is the one that explains a group level transfer pricing related matters, but in a country-specific manner. For example, maybe a Chinese holding company might have more than one subsidiaries in Tanzania, so they can prepare a country-by-country reporting. So it will be a Tanzanian transfer pricing report that explains every subsidiary's transaction, and together with the transfer pricing issues and arrangements they have done within the country, that is to say, Tanzania. So these are the three layers that are required by the BEPS model of transfer pricing document that should be prepared by a taxpayer. The risk number 4, which is very basic as well, but it has to be taken into account effectively, it is when there is inconsistency of records between related parties. For example, assumably, a borrower in Tanzania takes a loan from a holding company of 20 million US dollars from a shareholder in China. But the borrower in Tanzania recognized an annual interest expense of 7% per annum of the amount that is outstanding. But at the same time, when someone peruses through the books of the lender in China, realizes that the company in China does not even recognize that this is a loan, but rather recognizes it as internal group support in some manner. So the interest expense that is being enjoyed by a company in Tanzania is not being received as interest income by a company in China. So of course, from there onset, we can see that there's an inconsistency in record between these two companies. And so TRA, once they have noticed this, they are going to do very severe adjustments and also impose transfer pricing related penalties. It could also happen to entities in Tanzania. For example, 2 entities in Tanzania are transacting, whereby assumably one has to record maybe a receivable of 20 million US dollars from its related party in Tanzania, but the other one now records a payable of, let's say, 25 million US dollars. So from there, that difference of 5 already shows that there's an inconsistent in record keeping, and it already brings a doubt as to the authenticity of these related party transactions that are being carried out. So solutions to inconsistent record is actually what we have just spoken about before. These related parties companies have to make sure that they have created transfer pricing documentation that can assist them and that can become as reference in every company. So they can be done in 3 layers as we spoke about before: the TP master file, the TP local file, and the TP country by country file. All of these are useful whenever each company has to refer to, and so that every company can have consistent records. Well, that is the end from the area of transfer pricing related matters. And so I'll push on to the second agenda, which is the permanent establishment, and also one of the most important aspects whenever we speak about international taxation. So the spirit of the law, whenever we speak about permanent establishment, it was aimed at focusing on entities that do not really have business premises in Tanzania, or maybe they're not even registered as companies in Tanzania, but they're carrying out businesses in the country. And so since they're carrying out business in the country, the TRA and the policymakers saw it fit that even these entities should pay taxes. That is why we have the definition of the permanent establishment, which means any place where a person carries on a business. And it includes a place where a person is carrying on a business through an agent. So for example, a company in China may decide to open up an agency in Tanzania. So if it open up an agency in Tanzania and this agent is a dependent agent, then that agent will be deemed as a permanent establishment in the country, Tanzania. Number 2 could be a place where a person has used or has installed or is using or installing substantial equipment or substantial machinery. Take this for example, a company has been has won a tender to perform road construction and or maybe oil drilling or whichever the tender has won. So as part of that process and before incorporating a legal entity in Tanzania, they have imported substantial machinery in the country. So just based on the fact that you have installed substantial machinery in the country, then the law assumes you to be a permanent establishment, even though you might have not incorporated the company in Tanzania or maybe even signed a certificate of compliance that can make the country understand you as a branch in Tanzania. And number 3 is a place where a person is engaged in a construction, assembly, or installation project for 6 months or more, including a place where a person is conducting supervisory activities in relation to such project. So whenever a company from China that has decided to come and do a construction service or assembly or installation project in Tanzania, and that project is assumed to take a period of more than 6 months, then that entity is deemed to have opened a permanent establishment in Tanzania. But then the question would be, why is it so important to discuss about the permanent establishments? Because unlike other entities or other corporations, a permanent establishment pays the normal taxes that an incorporated company is paying, but also pays one more extra tax, which we call withholding tax on repatriated income. So once you have deemed to be a permanent establishment in Tanzania, that entity must be aware that they will be taxed on their repatriated income, even though they may have not actually done the action of repatriating income from Tanzania to whichever holding company or parent company that they have in China. So it is quite very important to understand the definition of a permanent establishment and to see if at any point during the year of income a company is having repatriated income, so that they can plan well and see if they will be taxed on repatriated income at the end of the year or not. And the simple solution for this is to seek professional advice so that you can understand if your entity is a PE in Tanzania, and so if it has repatriated income at any point during the year of income. Agenda number 3, which I'll also pass by through real quickly, is the concept of double taxation agreements. So as entities keep on, and as tax authorities and countries keep on trying to expand the scope of taxation, but also expand the scope of investments in their own countries, different nations decided that they can enter into agreements with various nations at any point in time. If a taxpayer from one nation goes to do business in a country that is also in the agreement with that with the origin country, then there's an agreement that these entities or that taxpayer may be taxed in only one place, or may be taxed in only one country, or less assumably, in the other way, the extent of taxation can be reduced. So I'll give you an example for this manner. Assume a company from South Africa comes to offer consultancy services in an entity in Tanzania. Normally, that entity is supposed to be taxed, that South African entity is supposed to be taxed a withholding tax at the tune of 15%. But through a double taxation agreement, which has explicitly stated that if an entity is gaining business profits in Tanzania, then the rate of withholding tax is not 15%, but it is nil. So through a double taxation agreement, and if it has sufficed the condition of making business profits in Tanzania, that South African entity, just by the mere fact that there exists a double taxation agreement, will not be taxed in Tanzania. While in normal sense, any entity that is offering services in the country of Tanzania has to be taxed either withholding tax or any other applicable tax. So why is this important for Chinese entities? Because it has to be understood that Tanzania and China do not really have a double taxation agreement that has been signed as of yet. But Tanzania has double taxation agreement with entities in India, with India, with Canada, with South Africa, Zambia, Sweden, Norway, Italy, and Denmark. So this is important because any Chinese entity that is resident in Tanzania and decides to transact with any of these countries, with any of the entity from any of these countries, then they have a chance of enjoying a double taxation agreement, which could also imply a reduced taxing rate or maybe a reduction in the extent of taxation and any other similar reliefs. So it's quite very important for every Chinese company that is incorporated or and is resident in Tanzania to understand the nature and the scope of this double taxation agreement and how they can reduce their tax burdens, especially when they transact with these with entities from these countries. So at Oasis, we welcome you all. We'll discuss further once you decide to join us. We'll discuss further on how to prepare your transfer pricing issues, how to transfer the transfer pricing, how to prepare the TP documentation, on how to structure your arrangements so that they can be deemed to be at arm's length. We can help you with the tax planning for cross-border transaction. We can help you to apply and negotiate on on advanced pricing agreements. We can help you to manage transfer pricing audits, objections, and appeals just in case that we conducted anew. And also we can assist you whenever it comes about mergers, acquisition, and business restructuring, especially for the concept of change in control, which was also discussed here by the TRA. With that being said, that is it from the international taxation. Thank you.
My name is Constantine Swai from Oasis Financial, and I'm going to concentrate on the part of construction companies, specifically on some items which we found out that there are most of Chinese companies performing these construction services are getting challenges. And I won't be reading much due to the time I'll be speaking more than reading, and we will get these PPTs and all the materials through the shared link later after this session. You can find anyone with this badge or identity. They will give you the content through the QR code or a link. So going direct to the point, I will be speaking on specifically 4 things. The first one is the issue of consistency in unrealistic losses for construction companies. And the second issue is on the interest income on late payments. The third is capital allowance or depreciation allowance. And the fourth is the issue of disclosing subcontractors. So for the first item, most of construction companies do report a lot of, do report consistently losses, and some of them even report unrealistic losses. And this issue triggered some research and analysis and evaluation of various construction companies. And an observation was done that most of construction companies do perform their financial reporting without considering Section 26, which requires them to report according to the percentage of completion. And also another observation was made on ghost supplies, which most of companies, especially construction, they do have a lot of supplies which are unrealistic. I think one of my speakers also spoke of that, which that most of audits nowadays are performed on operational basis or process based. So TRA already know how these these things are done, already know the formulas, already know the procedures. So when they try to analyze, example, say a particular project performing a construction of 3 kilometers is procuring sand or dust of more than 300 billion or whatever billion, 30 billion or 20 billion, tends to be unrealistic. So that also made a hint on observation of the goods supplies and unrealistic purchases. So by those two factors, most of Chinese companies are facing this challenge of getting adjustment during audits of their returns. So a company has reported a loss, but after audit, it gets a tax liability of more than billion or 20 billion or whatever, according to its turnover. So that is a factor to consider. All construction companies should be reporting their revenues according to Section 26. So while filing your financial statement or preparing your financial statement, you should consider that the costs you are reporting are directly related to the revenue you have reported. Because by not considering Section 26, most of companies have made themselves declaring costs which are not related with the respective IPCs which they have declared. And this makes them have a loss continuously. But also the ghost supplies issues. Previously, I think 2 to 3 years, TRA have been auditing ghost supplies only on a lift-off base. They only review the payment. If maybe you have a receipt, they want to see, did you perform payment to that supplier? So if you have done payment, they were done with that. But currently, it has been observed that there are also fictitious payments done. So it's a ghost supplier, and there is also a fictitious payment to support that ghost supply. So it is now a new procedure to audit that. When there is an observation or existence of a ghost supplier, TRA won't end only on auditing your payment structures. Maybe you have an invoice and then you have performed the payment. TRA will go further by wanting to identify the location of the supplier from you who procured, but also to check in their systems if the supplier is really performing all the compliances. So for that first point, we would advise that while performing the reporting or your accounting procedures, it is good to make a good tracking of the costs with a particular IPC, because we know construction projects are phased. The first phase, maybe the first IPC is advance payments, coming to the second IPC, third, and whatever. So it's good to monitor the costs according to each phase and making sure that each particular phase revenue is reported with its respective costs and not overlapping costs into the IPC which is not yet reported. But also avoiding ghost supplies, because it's now, previously maybe somebody either informed people that it's a solution to minimize taxes, but that's no longer a solution. According to the current systems, as you saw, the previous presenters from TRI and from OASIS identified that the issue of system now is already tracking everything, and compliance should be mandatory. So ghost supplies is no longer a solution on reducing the tax liabilities. So avoid ghost supplies, but also proper documentation, because some of the business people or companies actually incurred the costs and they had a particular revenue, but during audit, TRA wants to verify the cost and the person does not have any evidence to prove the cost, or have only part of the evidence. The remaining part, TRA will disallow it as previously communicated by the person who was presenting, my colleague was presenting manufacturing, that according to the law now, every cost which you have incurred, except for imported materials, maybe and employees cost, all the remaining local purchases should have EFD receipts. So it's good to ensure that you get a receipt while purchasing, but also a valid receipt and a genuine one, but also should be well documented and preserved for verification during audits and other exercises by the TRI. So, being done with that part, I'll also clarify on the issue of interest income. Most of construction companies do have this term in their agreements or contracts, that when there is a delay in payments of the project of a particular IPC, that IPC will that money will be charged with interest to the date that it is paid. And some of them even clarify clearly that it will be charged on market rate, maybe plus 3% or plus 4%. Now, what happens is that most of companies, after signing that contract, during reporting, they do not report any interest income. And by doing so, they are already against the IFRS and also the tax laws, because the tax laws requires you to report on accrual basis. Mostly the reason is that this interest income is not yet paid, or sometimes it is adjusted, but according to accrual basis, you have to accrue the revenue the moment you earn it and not when you receive it. There are other operational reasons, we are aware of them, but according to the law, you have to report this income, and it is also going to be taxed accordingly. Otherwise, it should not be in the entire agreement, because if it is in the agreement, the moment TRI comes during audit, they will just charge the interest and they will tax you, regardless you have reported it or not. The other part is the non-compliance on claimable capital allowances. Here we have two main issues. If you have other issues, you can just communicate to OASIS and we will provide clarification. But for clarification today, we have two main issues, which one of them is the project vehicles or employer vehicles procured during performing various construction projects. While performing these government projects, I am not aware of the private ones, but the government projects involve procuring vehicles for the project owners or for the employer. And these projects, being employers' vehicles, they do not qualify for deduction of depreciation allowance under the company. So the company cannot claim the depreciation allowance of a vehicle which it is not under its ownership or it's not generating its own revenue. But most of construction companies have been keeping these vehicles under their asset register, and they have been deducting the depreciation allowance and claiming it continuously. But also, some of companies are holding vehicles or machinery in their asset registers which are no longer even capable of operating. But it is good to know that depreciation allowance is allowable only when the asset is wholly and exclusively used to generate the company's income in that year of income. A good example is if you purchased an asset on 31st, if you are purchasing an asset and it arrived at your premises maybe on 31st December, you haven't used it. You started using it maybe in January 15th. That means that depreciation allowance of that asset, you can't claim it in that year because you haven't used to generate the revenue of that particular year. So taking that concept here, all the vehicles which are for the project owners or the vehicles which are no longer useful, maybe they have damaged or they have got an accident, they are not capable of operating anymore. They should be disposed accordingly from the portal, also from the asset register. And this is also an issue to most of companies, especially construction and mining. They're having a lot of assets in their, and also vehicle in their CVRMS portal in the TRI system. But actually, those vehicles, most of them are not existing. So it's good to clear the portal, because the information might be used in any ways, anytime during audits or investigation. And it might bring you a lot of penalties or whatever, or you don't know what the impact would be. But it's good to have clear and actual information in your system, because most of the time TRI use the information they have in their portals. They can say you have 100 vehicles, but 50% of those vehicles, maybe they are no longer operative, or 50% they were disposed previously. And my last part is about Section 44 of the Tax Administration Act, which requires all construction companies and here we'll also include the mining companies, to disclose to the Commissioner General all the subcontractors which have been engaged in the projects. So this is the minor thing. It's only a single letter and a list of subcontracted projects. So subcontracted works, I mean, in the particular project. Maybe you are performing road construction, but you subcontracted someone to perform installation of lights or road painting or whatever you have engaged from different personnel to perform on your behalf. It's a simple letter. You just write it to the TRI that I'm working with this person for this amount of money from this date to this date. But by not submitting that letter, you are already obliged to a penalty of a minimum of 80 million. So it's good to consider that while performing any project, the subcontractors who will be engaging should be disclosed to the Commissioner General for their own records, internal records, and whatever they are doing, because on the other side, if you won't disclose them, you are the one who is going to be penalized. So that being the case, my presentation will end there. I think we'll share the slides for further understanding, for further reading, and in case of any communication, you can find any person with the OASIS ID. They can inform you more on that.
好，各位来宾、女士们、先生们，Waheshimiwa wageni, mabibi na mabwana. 随着各项议程的顺利完成 kadri ratiba zote za mkutano zilivyokamilika kwa mafanikio, 2026年坦桑尼亚中资企业税务交流与培训大会也将圆满落下帷幕。Mkutano wa mawasiliano na mafunzo ya kodi kwa makampuni wakubwa China nchini Tanzania wa mwaka 2026 unafikia tamati kwa mafanikio. 今天的交流不仅加深了企业对坦桑尼亚税务政策的了解 mawasiliano ya leo yameongeza uelewa wa makampuni kuhusu sera za kodi za Tanzania, 也进一步促进了企业与税务机构之间的交流与互信. Na pia yameimarisha mawasiliano na uaminifu kati ya makampuni na taasisi za kodi. 我们相信在各方的努力下, tunaamini kuwa kwa juhudi za pamoja za pande zote, 中坦经贸合作将持续深化. Ushirikiano wa kiuchumi na kibiashara kati ya China na Tanzania utaendelea kuimarika. 企业的发展也将迎来更广阔的空间, na makampuni yapata fursa pana zaidi na maendeleo. 再次感谢各位领导、嘉宾以及所有参会代表的积极参与与大力支持. Tunashukuru sana tena viongozi, wageni na washiriki wote kwa ushiriki na mchango wao mkubwa. 祝大家工作顺利，事业兴旺. Tunawatakia mafanikio mema katika kazi na biashara zenu. 本次大会到此结束，谢谢大家. Mkutano wetu unafikia mwisho hapo. Asanteni sana.